just now 9:30, so it is time for the inquiry to resume. I don't know if you've been told, but unfortunately there's some problem with the trains. So we haven't got half the people on this side that we need, I'm afraid. And also, you seem a bit sparse on the ground, so I'm presuming people are still coming in. So I hope you'll bear with us, but we're going to start at 10 o'clock. Is that all right? Yes. All right, so we'll adjourn till then. Thank you very much. time for the inquiry to resume. I'm sorry for those of you who aren't used to sitting in here. It is a bit warm, I'm afraid. But I think we've got windows open, so hopefully it will be bearable for you all. Right, first of all, just the usual announcements. Could you check your mobile phones, please, to make sure that they are on silent so they don't go off? And secondly, if we do hear the fire alarm, it is a real thing. So we exit through one of the 2 fire doors either side, find your way to the stairs, and then go down the stairs, and we congregate in the car park, council's car park outside. And we can't come back into the building until it's safe to do so. Is everybody all right with stairs? Any problems? No? Okay, really good. Thank you very much. Right, just before we start the session where I'm going to hear local people, I've just been asked by the applicants just to get clarification on the numbers of the main parties who will be attending the site visit for the highways walkover. I'm hoping, I don't quite know how we're going to be conveyed, but maybe it'll be a minibus or something like that, will it?
I think we're just trying to understand numbers, because we also need to arrange access to Science Park, and then we can and then speak to the other Rules 6 parties, see how we can work it out in the other parties. I
mean, 1 or 2, I would have thought 1 or 2 at most from the main parties, so that then we can work out, or the applicants can work out the travel arrangements. So if the main parties representatives could tell Yvonne, the programme officer, please, who will be attending on, I think it's at 2nd and 3rd of June, anyway, the Tuesday and Wednesday of that week, then the arrangements will be able to be made. All right? There will be a lot of walking, so just, if you do come, please make sure that you're able to do that, especially in the southern site. Right, turning to today then. So I'm looking forward to hearing what you've got to say to me. I just need to say a few things, I'm afraid. You'll understand, I hope. So first of all, I suggest that when you're speaking, you come and sit down one of the chairs down at the front where they have the microphones. Please put the microphone on and just be aware that it's a bit odd, it goes off periodically, so I'm sure someone will keep an eye for you, but basically it has to be lit up like that, and then everybody can hear you on the live stream. Okay. So some people oppose the scheme, others support it, and I'm sure you will listen respectfully to other people's views, and if you could please not applaud, because we are in a formal inquiry, even though this session is not meant to be too formal, but we do have to comply with certain regulations. So there is the opportunity for the barrister who's opposing your argument to ask you questions. Now, in my experience, that doesn't very often happen. It does sometimes. But you don't have to answer questions if you don't want to do so, okay? So I'll just be looking over. Is it going to be you, Miss?
Today it'll be me, and tomorrow it'll be Miss Bono.
Right, okay, and it's going to be Mr. Rhymes, isn't it, for the council?
Yes, madam.
Yeah, so if you're opposing the scheme, it will be Mr. Simons. If you are supporting the scheme, it will be Mr. Rhymes at the back there. And as I say, I'll look over to them, but I don't...
Just to say now, I think it's obviously, just as you said, it's really unlikely that I'll be asking any questions. But if I do, I will. Obviously, I'll make sure I'll wave and let you know.
Same with you, Mr. Rhymes.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam. I've had a look at the people who support the scheme, and you'll be aware that we're leading technical evidence on employment land and also planning evidence as well. So we propose to deal with that through those mechanisms rather than today.
So if there's silence from me, there's no need to check.
I'm not going to keep asking.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
All right, jolly good. I think that's really all I've got to say. And we've got quite a few people who wish to speak, so if we're going to get through you all, it will be necessary for people to be reasonably concise if you can. I've sort of counted for up to a quarter of an hour each. Some of you will be quite a bit less than that, I'm sure, but if you could try not to be longer than that, that would be really appreciated. So I've got the list. Has anybody got any particular time constraints, or are you all right if I just work my way through the list? Yeah? All right then. So basically I've got the list of people, so I'm just going to work my way through that. If you could then come to the front, introduce yourself, and just say whether you are supporting or opposing the scheme. That will be helpful, and then off you go. So first of all, I've got Mr. Price from the Kent Invicta Chamber of Commerce. Thank you. If you'd like to come and sit at one of the chairs that's on that side, that's great. Thank you. And then when you're ready, we've got a written statement from you, so I'm presuming you're going to read that.
Yes, indeed, Madam.
Thank you very much.
We're in support of the application. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here in support of the proposed development. Kent Invicta Chamber of Commerce is the accredited Chamber of Commerce for the County of Kent and is part of the British Chambers of Commerce. We are mandated to speak here today as we represent the interests of two constituencies. The first being that of our members based in the local area, of which there are many, and secondly, the wider business community on whose behalf we advocate for economic growth and opportunity. Our argument in support of this application is based around four tenets: protecting the existing economy, unlocking the potential of the local economy, the wider context and wider economic impact, and of course the socio-economic benefits.
I'm following this. You don't seem to be reading what I've got here.
I can provide a full detailed statement at the end of this.
So is it different from what I've got?
Quite possibly.
Oh, right, okay.
There's two of them. There's another one underneath it, I think.
Is there? Don't think so. Yeah, well, I mean, if you're going to say something different, I need to write it down.
I have a copy.
Have you?
Yes.
Have you got it with you? Or?
I have.
All right. So this other statement, then this is.
That's the letter that we originally submitted.
Oh, I see. Right. All right. Thank you. So we'll get that copied in due course then. Okay.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much. Would you like to start again?
Yes, of course. No problem
I
at
was
all.
a bit perplexed. Thank you very much.
The argument, obviously, we're in support of the application. So the four tenets that we're going to present our argument based on is the protecting the existing economy, unlocking the potential of the local economy, the wider context and wider economic impact, and the socio-economic benefits. And I'll briefly expand on these 4 points. As has been stated by Swale Borough Council in their economic improvement plan, the borough has been successful in attracting inward investment, particularly from the industrial sectors. These businesses manufacture and distribute goods nationally and internationally. They also have extensive supply chains that need access to the ports of Dover, Thamesmead, Ridham Dock, and Tilbury, to name but a few. This means they require long-term investment in the road and communications infrastructure locally to be able to continue to provide the jobs and opportunity. And the Northern Relief Road has been promised for more than a decade, and we know from speaking to several large employers that a failure to deliver on this promise of infrastructure will eventually lead to businesses relocating out of the area in order to grow. Moreover, this perceived barrier to growth will start to have a detrimental effect on the inward investment appeal of the area, reversing much of the good work done by council officers to date. And we feel this planning application protects the local economy. Unlocking the potential, Kent has 3 universities and a growing innovation and research economy. We have a strong life sciences sector which delivers the much prized high-skill, high-wage economy that many political leaders aspire to, and is referenced as an ambition within the Council's Economic Improvement Plan. More importantly, we have spoken to several employers in the area that are global corporations and have the capacity and ambition to invest significantly in research and development. We feel the accessibility afforded to the Kent Science Park from this development profiles the area as a place of innovation, science and technology, which in turn attracts inward investment, leading to further diverse employment growth. Again, this planning application we believe will create the long-term sustainable economic growth potential. And just addressing the wider context and wider economic impact, we'd just like to highlight the many economic strategies that this planning application supports. The most relevant of these being, of course, the Industrial Strategy 2025 that seeks to drive growth in key sectors across the UK. Many of the sectors identified within this policy are represented in Swale. The Industrial Strategy would deliver additional funding and support through bodies such as the Business Growth Service, Innovate UK, Department for Business and Trade, and many more. We feel Swale is uniquely positioned to maximise this support should this planning application go ahead. Additionally, we would point to the government's private sector R&D investment policies, which through bodies like the British Business Bank, the Office for Investment and HM Treasury, encourage the creation of private investment opportunities to create sustainable economic growth and international competitiveness. And we've spoken to several businesses that are in talks with investors to access this support and expand their operations. This planning application will provide the right messaging to external investors and will deliver on the government's economic ambitions. Finally, and perhaps most important of all, are the socio-economic benefits of this planning application. The Chamber has been appointed by the Department for Education to deliver the Local Skills Improvement Plan, which seeks to address the local skills needs of business with the provision through educational providers. Our studies show that the economic growth afforded by this planning application will create the foundation for a more diverse, high-skills, high-wage labour force, which in turn will put in place lasting career opportunities for the next generation. Additionally, the Section 106 obligations, together with the creation of affordable housing for local people, will support the skills needs and labour force for the future. And finally, we believe the long-term effect of local growth and community engagement from local business arising from this planning application will have a direct positive impact on the health and wealth of future generations. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. Right, next. Whoops, sorry. Right, don't forget to turn your microphone on. Just the left-hand one.
That one there?
That's it.
Thank you.
Right, when you're ready, you'd like to introduce yourself.
Yes. I'm Maurice Stunk, a retired accountant born and bred in Sydneybourne. I'm in support of the application. At the age of 16, I volunteered for a local football club and have remained a volunteer to this day. I also volunteer for other community organisations. After 30 years of watching our local sports facilities go downhill, in 2001, with the help of the local MP at the time, I turned my football club into a sports charity, a community amateur sports club, and took on the lease to run the football pitches and social activities at the Woodstock on a non-profit basis, the Woodstock being part of the Kent Science Park. In February 2026, it will have been 25 years, and halfway through this period, our town football club joined us there, and as an ex-player and lifelong fan, they asked me to become their chairman. It's been a highly successful 25 years for our community facility, both for football and non-football groups that are also resident there. On joining us, Sydneybourne Football Club also became a non-profit organisation with no shareholders and limited by guarantee. We are totally a non-profit group for the community. The benefits of the Highsted development to the community as we see them The roads. Everyone we've spoken to in recent years at the club have been in favour of the proposed roads. We know there's over 100,000 people live in Sittingbourne and Sheppey, and the much needed recent upgrade to the A249 has been of great benefit. Having said that, it still only gives us one junction onto our main motorway, the M2. We must be one of the only areas in the country of this size to have this. Even Faversham down the road, a population of just 20,000 has two. I think the A249 upgrade has been of far more benefit to Sheppey than Sittingbourne. In fact, the problems in Sittingbourne seem to be much worse in both directions. Actually joining the 249 in the first place has not been resolved at all. In the other direction towards Faversham, in my opinion, it's far worse now the 249 is flowing. The Eurolink estate, a major employer, was promised a northern relief road, which is long overdue, and they're left with width restrictions at the Merston end of the estate, not suitable for commercial traffic. I volunteer for a local radio station which covers Sheppey, Sittingbourne and Faversham, and the traffic news is quite easy. I read out all the centres as hotspots, and they're all in Sittingbourne, from the station in both directions, down the Staplehurst link and through Eurolink. The amount of traffic in both directions through Snipshill, Tenham and Oxbridge is unreal, in my opinion. We have our own business group at the club, plus we are in touch with local companies for sponsorship. All of these can't see the northern southern relief roads and the much needed Junction 5A being delivered without this development. I mention the roads first as everyone locally is fed up with the traffic in Sittingbourne and are pleased when they hear the roads will come first, with the houses taking up to 20 years to complete. The road improvements will save jobs and increase jobs in two major employment areas as I see it, the Eurolink and the Kent Science Park. The second thing is health, and I'm quite big on health. A new medical centre is proposed in this development. In lockdown, Swale was by far the worst area in the whole country for COVID. It follows that the worst GP ratio to patients is also Swale. We need to somehow attract GPs to this area, maybe help them with housing or some other benefit. Having lived in Tenham for part of my life, I was astonished when the GP practice there closed down. A very large village based on 10 hamlets must have a doctor's. I know new facilities are there for the new development, but I hope some extra capacity can be found to cover what we lost in Tenham and the overall severity of the local situation. In terms of schools, there's 4 new primary schools and 1 secondary school proposed for this development. We need more schools. We have a real shortage. There are not enough schools on Sheppey, and each day hundreds of children come from the island to Sittingbourne. Schools in Sittingbourne are now full, and children even go back the other way now from Sittingbourne to Sheppey. Future-proofing the development with a primary school in each new village is a must. The secondary school, I'm afraid, is already needed and must be a priority as of today, not only for the development but to reduce the movement of children to and from Sheppey. Housing, I know it's a hot subject, but the population, well, and the statistics I've looked up, seems to grow every year by about 400 to 500,000 people, according to some of the national statistics. A lot of media attention is on the 10% that sneak in, but the rest is 4 or 5 full Wembley stadiums. Some of these people must be returning here, but a chunk we must be inviting here to work. If we invite them here, we need to find them somewhere to live, but the housing shortage affects all of us. I'm sure I'm not alone, people of lower income need houses as well, but I'm sure I'm not alone when I tell you I have an adult son still living with me at home, has a good job, a degree, but still can't find somewhere suitable. I have an older son that had no such problems only a few years ago. This is a major problem, and lots of younger people stand no chance of getting on the property ladder. Now, my bit, for the benefit of that, is the sports hub. I'm sure to too many people this is just nice to have, but the declining facilities in Sittingbourne is there for all to see. I would not have taken on Woodstock 25 years ago if we still had local authority pitches with changing rooms and toilets. The club is at highlight activity now with theatre groups, a photography club, walking and fitness groups, as well as providing for local functions such as funerals, weddings and parties. The football club has been seeing gradual growth as well and is now competing at national levels. Crowds have increased manyfold from just 113 years ago when they joined me to often between 500 and 1,000 now. We are at step 4 level and progressed to the quarterfinals this year of the FA Trophy, hosting it at Woodstock against a full-time professional club, Aldershot Town, who ended up on Sunday winning the cup. We are only the second club in the cup's history at step 4 to do this. We had 1,300 people at Woodstock that day, and we could easily have trebled that with larger facilities. We also took over 1,000 people to Southend, another full-time professional club. We knocked them out of the cup, and tonight they're playing in the Football League playoffs. So that is the sort of level we've been playing. We made our own playoffs for the second season running, and we're now competing with pro clubs 3 levels above us. This is not overnight success, but the culmination of 13 years of hard work and steady growth. The proposed new facility will be much needed, double the size of what we've got at the moment, a hub with the all-important all-weather pitches, ×2, for the community, plus 3 grass pitches and all the associated structure. A 125-year lease will be secured for the community, and under our guidance, it will make us one of the largest clubs in the county. We already have 40 teams connected, only half of which we can currently accommodate at Woodstock. We're a huge club now. We can't even train in its town due to the lack of all-weather facilities and just because of the size of our club. Sittingbourne FC has been around for 140 years. We would like to see it around for another 125 at least, sharing its facilities with everyone in the community, from schools to the smallest organisations. We've run a worthwhile centre for 25 years, which is self-financing, with the 2 organisations turning over 500,000 and 250,000 each. The new facility will allow us to provide what the town needs for now and for the future. We support this because development delivers roads, it delivers doctors, it delivers schools, and it delivers houses, and last but no means least, a state-of-the-art sports facility. So myself and others involved would like to see this happen with 20 years of investment in the town that we love.
Thank you very much indeed, Doug. Yep, no questions, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Right, we've got Ms Davies now from CPRE Kent. Right, if you'd like to introduce yourself to the inquiry and tell me what you'd like to say. Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to say, first of all, my statement's very long. Do you want me to read it verbatim? I have got a summarised version.
Well, it's got an appeal.
Yes, I'm not going to read that.
So it's about 16 pages. Oh, yeah, sorry. No, I was just saying you're not going to read the appeal. So it's about 16 pages long, isn't it? I don't know how long you'd take to read that.
Well, I might take a little advantage of the speakers before me being slightly faster. But I've got a summary prepared if you'd rather stick to the 15.
Well, I'd like to stick to the 15.
Shall I go to the summary then?
Yes, okay, that's fine.
Yes.
Thank you. Could you give me a copy of it afterwards?
I will do, yes.
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 Yeah. Thank you.
So, good morning. I'm Julie Davis, a chartered town planner. For most of my career, I've worked in council planning departments in West Sussex and Kent. And I've been employed for the last 7 years by CPRE Kent. My role is to comment on emerging local plans and planning applications. CPRE made the conscious decision not to ask to become a Rule 6 party, and we thank the Inspector for allowing this opportunity to make this verbal statement, which gives a little more update on our written representations to date. I do actually have hard copies of the complete statement, which, if anyone else in the room wants one, but we can circulate them if you need to. I thought I would just say a little bit about CPRE. As employees of the charity, we are well aware that we're often accused by the development industry in the national press and planning blogs as being a bunch of NIMBYs. This isn't true. CPRE is not an anti-housing organisation. As we approach our centenary year, the aims and objective of what was then known as the Council for the Preservation of Rural England is as true today as it was when the charity was founded in 1926. And I'm just going to quote a little bit. It is not intended to object to the reasonable use and development of rural areas. It is the abuse and bad development of such areas that requires restriction. It's not intended that the CPRE should be a negative force. It's part of its policy to promote suitable and harmonious development. We're one of the longest established and most respected environmental groups in London. Now, in England. The proposed development at Highsted Park must be one of the most significant planning applications being considered in Kent at the moment. We want to make sure our key points are heard, and that's why we are here today. As a charity, the need for good, plan-led development is at the heart of our campaigning. The current applications have completely sidestepped the plan-making process. This scheme doesn't take into account other options that may have been available to the council in addressing housing need. Development options of this scale should be tackled, we believe, strategically by the council and not driven by speculative planning applications. In short, this application, the scale of development being proposed, should be tested through the local plan process. As a campaigning charity, I've already said that we do not object in principle to housing. We campaign for the right housing, and in particular, housing that is affordable in the right place. I know that others speaking at the inquiry will have covered many of the issues that we set out in our original representations, and so for today, I'd like to concentrate on 3 specific issues. The loss of BMV, that's the best and most versatile agricultural land and food security, the failure to provide sufficient affordable housing, you'll have already seen our detailed concerns on this, and also the CPRE research paper, which is attached to our January statement. We endorse the landscape position taken by the Council and the Kent Downs National Landscape Unit. Landscape, of course, sits within CPRE's wider aims of countryside protection. And as you'll be aware, the duty in the section 245 of the Levelling Up and Regeneration Act amends section amends section 85 of the Countryside and Rights of Way Act to seek to further the purposes, and I know this has already been discussed in detail, but we do note that everyone, including the applicant, agrees that the proposal does not conserve or enhance the Kent Downs. And the final issue we'd like to draw to your attention, is the impact on tranquility and dark skies, not only for nature, but also for our own sleeping patterns. I'll just move on to let's take BMV and food security first. We'd like to draw to your attention that the specific matter of BMV doesn't seem to have been scheduled specific discussion time, although it falls under Part G of the Secretary of State's call-in letter and, of course, your own pre-inquiry meeting letter at sections B and K.
I think it probably will be dealt with under planning, will it?
Yes.
Yeah, it'll be dealt with under the planning evidence.
Thank you.
So that you know that we are going to consider it.
To our mind, the applicant appears to treat the loss of BMV with scant regard. When told in his statement of case at paragraphs 9.2 that the loss of BMV is not unique to the proposals for Highsted Park, at paragraph 9.21 that only limited weight should be ascribed to the loss of BMV, and at paragraph 9.23 that the benefits of the scheme will be shown to outweigh the loss of BMV. I will set out my comments regarding affordable housing in due course, but it's worth noting here that seemingly the applicant is of the opinion of not providing policy-compliant affordable housing is a benefit. It's very confusing looking at the papers submitted to determine how much BMV is lost in hectares across both sites, and it would be helpful today if we could actually have confirmation of how much BMV land will be lost were the Highsted Park proposals to go ahead. But I have managed to glean from the applicant's statement of case at paragraph 9.20 that 78.9 hectares of the northern site comprises BMV, but no amount in hectares is given for the southern site, although it quotes that it's 88% of the site. I'll come back to that later. So in the context of the MPPF and the recent government consultation on its proposed land use framework, we're of the view that detailed consideration needs to be given to the loss of BMV. Not only in relation to the land use framework consultation, but also in the light of the recent appeal decision, which has been appended to our January statement, I believe, and also to the statement that we've submitted to you today. Going first to the foreword of Defra's consultation on the land use framework, it's stated on page 7 of that document that publishing a land use framework and creating a toolkit decision-making will be supported and informed discussion on how we can guarantee our long-term food security and support development and achieve targets on nature and climate and going on to support economic growth. And on page 8 of the document, it talks, the government, and this is a direct quote rather than a summary, we want to use strategic spatial planning to assess the gains and losses against national and regional objectives, removing the responsibility for managing land use trade-off away from individual sites. Projects, actually, is the quote. This statement clearly sets the scene, and with regard to the emphasis being placed on the land use with regard to the emphasis being placed on the need for a land use strategy, and decisions affecting agricultural land need to be made at the strategic level, once again underlining the need for plan-led development. The wealth of BMV here in Swale is in danger of being undervalued because there's so much of it, such as the whole, as part of the Garden of England, is seemingly being given less weight by the applicant than perhaps other parts of the country which are not so well served with high quality agricultural land. BMV is often referred to as being a constraint to development, as if the classification of agricultural land has been undertaken to thwart new house building, rather than acknowledging that it is a valuable resource in its own right. The same could be said of nature too. Ancient woodlands are designated because of their innate value. Protected species have protection because they are in and of themselves important. These designations aren't designed to flummox developers' options. New house building should be fitting around nature, around BMV, where it currently exists. It should not be the other way around. The 3 pillars of sustainable development should be considered on an equal footing. Economic objectives should not be seen as being more important than social and environmental concerns. And on the subject of the natural world, we are concerned about the qualities of the surveys undertaken and that mitigation measures for dormouse badgers, skylark, curlew and the great crested newt are adequate. Inadequate. That mitigation. Yes, I think I should say. Yeah. Sorry. It seems to us that the applicant is clearly of the view that nature and BMV is some sort of nuisance. And in the statement of case, he contends, as I've said before, that loss of BMV is not unique to these 2 applications. It may well not be, but there is still a requirement for the applicant to address and evidence all parts of policy DM31, and this does not appear to have been done. It is our assertion that the loss of BMV being proposed is significant and great weight should be applied to the policies seeking to protect it. Now, I do have an update. You're on page 5 now, and I'm on the paragraph 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The 5th paragraph, when I try and estimate how much of BMV is available, and I've because I found it so difficult going through the documents to find the precise figures, I've actually seemingly, when I went through my notes last night, made a mistake. So my best estimate is that 570 hectares of prime agricultural land will be lost. This is made up of the 78.9 hectares in the northern site, and then this is where my error occurred. It's 83% of the 577 hectares of the southern site. I misread the officer's report at paragraph 1.16, and it didn't tally with the information later given on in 7.24. So I hope that makes sense. So every time you read 500, I believe the correct figure for loss of BMV is 570 hectares. And presumably the applicant will be confirming that, because it is a bit of a muddle. Sometimes it's expressed in hectareage and sometimes in percentages.
Sorry, the correction, you said 83% of 577.
Oh, that's because it should be 85. So it should, if you can strike out 500 hectares and put 570, and the 83 should be 85.
Percent of 577.
Yes.
Okay.
My apologies for that. Now, you'll see in the full statement that I've given to you that I thought it would be helpful if you can understand the scale of existing loss of BMV across the borough, and compare that to the significant loss, the 570 hectares, that result if Highsted Park went ahead. You'll see in your papers from page 7 to 8, I've gone through a load of appeal decisions in brief. I'm not going to read that out because I've summarised it at the end, and I'll just use the table. So as I've said, I'm not going to read out the detailed summary, but what I've done is tried to show you a snapshot in time, and I thought the easiest way of doing this was to refer to the 6 sites that the applicant referenced in his opening statement, so CD 99 1.1, and I've referred to all of them, but some of them aren't relevant, and instead of missing some out, I've just left in the commentary why they're not relevant. So what I want to draw to your attention is, if I talk you through the table, you can see that there's the sites that the applicants reference: Barton Hill, Wises Lane, Swan Street Avenue, Church Road, Ufton Court Farm, London Road and Scockles Hill. I've then set out how much BMV is lost, because some of those are local plan allocations, are the perfectly acceptable way to allocate land. And then in the next column, I have set out how much additional BMV has been lost. And from that small sample, there's 34.9 hectares of land lost, ranging from 13.8 hectares at Wises Lane, 4.3 at Swan Street, 9 hectares at Ufton Court, and 7.8 at London Road.
So, sorry, so why is it, say Wises Lane, for example, so you said the loss from the allocation is 33.7 hectares.
And then there was additional land
Is that because there was further land in the application that was granted permission?
Yeah.
I see. Okay, fine, thank you.
So that commentary, when you read out all those the appeal decisions, the summary of them, it doesn't go into detail about the cumulative impacts of loss. And I know that others have already addressed this issue, and the one that springs to mind is the solar farm at Pitstock Farm at Rodmersham. But what I wanted to demonstrate by looking at those sites was the loss of BMV across this very limited number of sites just amounts to 34.9 hectares. The current application, as I understand it, will result in a loss of 570 hectares. And in each case, those appeal decisions I cited, the inspector gave either a neutral, limited or moderate waste to the loss of BMV, which in the planning balance resulted in the granting of planning permission. It's clear that the individual loss of BMV for those appeal sites is considerably less than that's being proposed at Highsted Park. And although the figure of 570 hectares will need to be confirmed, it's in the hundreds. It's no doubt that hundreds of hectares of our best and most versatile agricultural land will be lost. And it remains our opinion that decisions around a development of the scale being proposed, resulting in a significant loss of BMV, should be considered strategically by the council as part of its local plan process. Now, having understood the snapshot of BMV loss, obviously in later sessions you'll be going through the detailed wording of policy DM31 in your discussions. But I just want to take point by point what the applicant is required to do under this policy. Development on agricultural land, so says policy DM31, will only be permitted where there's an overriding need that cannot be met on land within the built-up area. And then it goes on to say, of course, sites can be allocated development, but when development takes place and there's no alternative site on... Sorry, I've just misread myself. There is also...
no alternative on the site of
the Grade 3 agricultural land. And it's my understanding that the applicant is relying on the inspector's conclusions with regard to BMV at Ufton Court Farm, which in turn relies on the decision at Swan Street Avenue. But of course, Ufton Court Farm only relates to 9 hectares of land and Swan Street Avenue to 4.3 hectares of land, comparatively small parcels compared to the loss of 570 hectares. So in accordance with local plan policy DM31, it would be helpful if the applicant could demonstrate that housing need cannot be met on land within the built-up areas. And of course, in the usual course of events, prior to allocating land for development, the council would have undertaken a call for sites for the local plan. Now, it's well known that site promoters rarely submit urban sites in these circumstances, as they know that the principal development is already acceptable. It's greenfield sites where the time time and money is spent. This underlines CPRE's view regarding the need for plan-led development, which would bring with it properly evidenced spatial strategy informed by a targeted call for sites, including brownfield land. This sort of targeted call for sites is now being done locally by a growing number of councils across the county. There's Canterbury, Folkestone and Hythe, Sevenoaks and Tunbridge and Malling. The loss of BMV on the scale proposed must be considered in the first instance, we believe, through the proper plan-making channels and not through the piecemeal considerations of applications. Submitting a speculative application is just wrong for what is a large, significant, strategic level of development. Where are the balances and checks with regard to fitting a development of this scale into the Council's vision for the borough's spatial strategy? Where is the evidence that there's insufficient land within the built-up area? As an unallocated site, criteria 2 and 3 of policy DM31 must be addressed. So the question is, are there any alternative sites on ground land lower in grade, than 3A? In the Council's local plan, there's a statement on agricultural land, and you'll find that in full on page 3 of my statement. And we know from the Council that there's 23,000 hectares of farmed land in the borough of approximately 15,000 as BMV. So it must be deduced, 23 minus 15, that there's approximately 8,000 hectares of lower quality land within the borough. Where is the evidence from the applicant that within this 8,000 hectares of lower quality land, there isn't a suitable site or sites that would be available for the building of 8,400 dwellings? It appears to be the applicant's case that Highsted Park constitutes a very small proportion of BMV within the borough, and that limited weight should be attributed to the environmental and economic harm arising from the highest quality agricultural land. However, we mustn't forget that 570 hectares will be lost without, in the words of the Land Use Framework consultation, there being an assessment of the gains and losses at a strategic level. Excuse me.
Gets very dry air in here.
We appreciate that there are a wide-ranging number of issues that will need to be reconciled in considering the merits of the two applications before you, including the lack of a 5-year housing land supply. We will leave the issue of housing numbers for the Council to address in its evidence. However, we would like to draw to your attention an appeal which was dismissed in Thanet, a district within Kent, in February this year, which represents a more up-to-date position on BMV issues than the appeal decisions that I've previously referred to. So to summarise this decision, an appeal was dismissed for 115 dwellings on land off Foxborough Lane in Minster on the 10th of February this year, despite there being a lack of a 5-year housing land supply, and you know that I've attached that decision to my statement. Main issues included the impact of development on BMV, and those reference paragraphs 20 to 26. So by way of building a picture, 80% of the site comprised BMV, but the applicant had failed to undertake a sequential assessment approach advocated by the relevant local plan policy. And in particular, it was noted at paragraph 23 that the inquiry was told that this was because the local plan states that approximately 91% of all land within Thanet is classified as BMV. And as a result, the council would have to seek housing development on BMV to achieve its housing targets. In response to this, the inspector stated at 24, a generalisation does not substitute for investigating site-specific circumstances to guide development. There was a clear and accepted failure to justify the loss of BMV by not undertaking a sequential search as required of the policy. The inspector then concluded at paragraph 74, I think you've got a typo, it refers to the policy, I think, paragraph 74. It says, I've put paragraph DM31, got DM31 on the brain. So it's paragraph 34. I think that's at the top of your page 12.
Oh yes, paragraph 23.
It should say 74.
Oh,
sorry. And with the inspector concluding at paragraph 74 that the proposed development would result in an adverse and unsubstantiated impact on the resource of BNV, finally concluding that the harms of the proposed development would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits, and that the proposal conflicts with paragraph 187 of the NPPF by failing to assess the economic and other benefits of BMV. If I can now turn to affordable housing, CPRE campaigns for the right homes in the right place, and that includes the provision of affordable housing. We're of the opinion that planning permission should be refused because of the inadequacy of the proposed provision of affordable housing. To this end, we support the position taken by the Council in terms of the 10% 40% split between Sittingbourne and its urban extensions and the rural area. Now, if a large-scale development is to be considered outside the plan process as a speculative planning application, we feel that the applicant should make sure that the scheme is exemplary in terms of its benefits. In terms of the weight to be given to the benefit of affordable housing to justify the loss of 570 hectares of BMV, so should that affordable housing be policy compliant. We understand there is a housing crisis, and particularly a crisis in affordability, but to allow a development that would unlock some affordable housing would be unforgivable in terms of land which will never be farmed again. In seeking to boost the supply of housing and to see the 1.5 million homes built by the end of the current Parliament, the government has launched a number of initiatives in relation to schemes of a comparable size to the Highsted Park proposals, and these are subject to a number of expectations. There's the New Towns Task Force. This is an independent advisory panel tasked with identifying and recommending locations for new towns to support the government to deliver the next generation of settlements of 10,000 homes or more. The government has recently stated, and this is a ministerial statement by Matthew Pennycook, 13th of February, that is an expectation that these new settlements will provide a gold standard of 40% affordable housing, with the government further stating that it wants exemplary development to be the norm and not the exception, so that the communities feel the benefit of new development and welcome it. On this, the government's direction of travel is clear, and we concur with the view that the delivery of large-scale... On this issue, the direction of travel of the government is clear. We concur with the view that the delivery of large-scale housing development should be exemplary, and that includes affordable housing at 40% across the board. CPRE understands the need to boost the delivery of new homes, but this should not be at the expense of the under-provision of affordable housing or the lack of a properly evidenced justification regarding the loss of BMV. If 570 hectares of BMV is to be set aside for development in preference to sites within the built-up area or land of lower grade quality, then this should only be where the provision of affordable housing is prioritised. It's strange that the applicant is unable to provide the fuller housing affordable requirement on this greenfield site, or is the purpose of the scheme under consideration just to provide road linkages at all costs? If the applicant is not able to provide basic development needs within the site area, then perhaps he's in the wrong business. On the other hand, perhaps we should welcome the transparency afforded to us by this admission, in the sense that usually site promoters will promise the earth to get planning permission, and then once the actual developer gets involved, the over-ambitious pledges are quickly swept away as Section 106 agreements are renegotiated. And you'll know that we've previously drawn attention to headlines in the local press demonstrating this exact point. If swathes of the countryside are to be developed in preference to brownfield land, this should be under circumstances where the provision of affordable housing is prioritised. This is clearly a vision shared by government, and each of the new powers, including the levelling up Act, which has seen the hope value element of compulsory purchase orders removed, the New Towns Task Force and the New Homes Accelerator programme, demonstrates that this is the way to boost the delivery. This is where it will be powered. The old way of making speculative applications have become outdated, particularly in relation to viability ruling out the provision of affordable housing. Exemplary provision of affordable housing should now prevail. The paucity of affordable housing being proposed at Highsted Park should be weighed heavily against the funding of a road scheme that at one point KCC said wasn't needed. In closing these comments on affordable housing, I would respectfully draw your attention to the blog post which you have details of, and this was mentioned in our January representation under the heading of Just Who Are We Sacrificing Kent's Countryside For? We have an in-house magazine, and the summer 2023 edition had an article in it that was carefully researched, and it was clear that developers are slowing down their build rates because they don't want to be in a position of building at a level that oversupplies the local housing market, which would force them to reduce prices and profits. Instead, the trend is to build large family homes. What they're not building are the affordable homes for our existing communities.
I think I'm going to have to move you on,
Yeah.
actually, because we're running.
Can I skip through the obviously tranquility and
just summarise that. And
tranquility and dark skies? Obviously, a key issue. You'll know that we are researchers in that field, and we're pleased to note that the definitions that the applicants relied on in his tranquility overview are based on our the study done by Jackson, which was commissioned by us. So it's just, as you read that report, we would respectfully request that you hear our voice in that. So I won't reiterate that lighter skies mean prey are able to birds of prey are able to reap more than they normally would because they got the cover of light to do it. So I hope I haven't skipped through that too much, but you'll be able to read that in full. So I will come to my concluding part. We would like you to set aside any preconceived notions that CPRE is a bunch of NIMBYs, an annoying little charity that turns up always objecting to planning applications. We are a well-respected, credible environmental organisation which has published extensive research on BMV and affordable housing, and as an organisation that has such clearly has such esteem that the applicant has referred to us on matters of tranquility. As you prepare your report on the merits of the proposed Highsted Park development, we would ask the following: that you seek confirmation of the exact loss of BNV, that you conclude that this loss represents more than a light or moderate weight to be attached to the issue of the loss of BNV. And in relation to the previous appeals at Ufton Court Park and Swan Street Avenue and the lack of the applicant's evidence of a sequential search for built-up area sites and sites of lower quality, agricultural quality, be given great weight, and that the provision of affordable housing at less than the stipulated policy requirement does not constitute a benefit outweighing the harm of BMV loss, and in any event should meet the government expectations of being exemplary. CPRE's vision is of a beautiful and thriving countryside that enriches all our lives and is valued by everyone. It's our position that planning decisions should seek to ensure that the impact of development on the countryside, both indirectly and directly, is kept to a minimum, adopting a brownfield land first approach, and that the plan-led development is sustainable in accordance with national policy. We say yes to development on brownfield land. We say yes to the principle of affordable housing that is provided within an exemplary scheme of 40% across the board. And we say yes to the principle of development that has properly considered the natural world with accurate survey work and responsible mitigation. We say no to speculative development that is not plan-led, which evidences no benefit in terms of affordable housing, loss of BMV, and the impact on the natural world and tranquility of dark skies. And for these reasons, we ask that you recommend that Highsted Park be refused.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. That's great, thank you. Right. So next of all then, we will have, please, Stefan Humphreys. I'd like to come and sit at the front here. Thank you. I presume you didn't want to ask any questions.
Just to say, no, thank you very much for checking. Those matters
I'm sure
very much on the table for planning, etc.
Thank you very much.
I don't have a detail, that's just talking points.
Oh, talking points, I see. Okay, thank you very much. I can keep this.
Yeah, of course.
We'll have to share it. Is that all right? Yeah, that's great. Thank you. Right, Mr. Davies, if you'd like to.
Mr. Humphreys.
Oh, sorry. Oh gosh, I'm still the past speaker. I do beg your pardon, Mr. Humphreys. If you'd like to just introduce yourself, please.
Hi.
And say whether you're objecting or supporting the scheme, and then make your points. Thank you.
Hi, I am a local resident. I live in Bapchild. I run an investment fund, but most importantly, I am a father of 2 young girls, 6 and 4. So I'm objecting to this scheme, but I think I'm really looking at it within the veil of, the world they're going to grow up in, and a planning that's going to last 20 years. So it's quite an interesting prism to kind of ground my views. Our local infrastructure is already pretty strained, to be honest, and I think it's undoubted that this amount of housing is just going to exacerbate significant problems we've got. Mr. Dunk, I agree, earlier spoke about GPs and the ratio of GPs to patients. I too and my family we were at the Tenham surgery that closed down. It's simply impossible to get GP appointments for my girls at the moment. We have to go into walk-ins, take them out of school, etc. You just can't do it. And the idea that more GPs are going to be brought to this area through this level of housing is just absolute farcical. So whilst I accept that there are provisions for it, that's only for the existing housing, and we've got a massive problem already. That extends to NHS dental. When my wife was pregnant, there's 17 surgeries within 7 miles on the NHS website. Not a single one could we get any dental, so we had to go private. Again, I think this many houses in this area is clearly going to exacerbate that. I just there's an overwhelming, feeling here amongst local residents that the infrastructure is strained, and it's not clear how this actually benefits anything that's existing here. And I think that also extends to schools. Schools are oversubscribed. Candidly, there are not enough good schools in this area, and it would be great if we could, put more of the taxpayer dollar into pound into improving those. But it's a significant worry. My next point is I agree. I think it's quite a worry around the devastating loss of top quality agricultural land. It's not for me to get into the technicalities, but I do think that these decisions are not reversibles. And I do think as we look back on this, the future generations, our children, our children's children, will be happy that we've paved over a vital resource that's actually quite important for national food security, especially within the veil of where the geopolitical landscape at this stage. This country needs to be able to feed itself. Kent is the Garden of England, and paving over that won't be looked on kindly by future generations. I understand that this process and with your guidance, it's been pulled out of the local plan, and I feel like the local plan was put in place for a long time, and it's very clear that this application falls outside of what was a long-running view of what was right for the local area. I think a key part of that, and when you think about the little village that I live in, Bapchild and Tenham next to it, is having appropriate countryside and settlement gaps. This is urban sprawl, and it's just Sittingbourne's just going to be engulf a number of these villages. Obviously, I'm talking directly about Bapchild, but it's others as well. I think that that's a real shame from in terms of local heritage and the local area. And my final point is, you know, the practical loss of green space and biodiversity. You know, and anecdotally, in the last 3 months, I've been out on these fields, these lovely, beautiful fields, where there's going to be housing. And I've seen sparrowhawks, buzzards, little owls, woodpeckers, skylarks, slow worms. And again, I don't know if that's the right thing that we should be doing kind of for our country, is paving over these areas. So, and particularly in the fields around us, it feels like this is not what. It was important for me to be here today, so I could say to my children, actually, we did have this, and we tried to fight to protect it. So, yeah, that's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Humphreys. Thank you. So I'll hang on to this if that's all right.
Please. Yeah.
Thank you. Right, we've got Councillor Lehman, sorry. I'm not very good at pronouncing names, sorry. Councillor Lehman. Thank you. Let yourself come to... Oh, thank you very much. Right, thank you. Just a sec.
Yeah.
Right, if you'd like to introduce yourself and then tell me whether you're supporting or objecting, please.
Thank you, Mark. My name is Rich Lehman. I am a local councillor both on Swell Borough Council, and the application, or the majority of the site, falls within the division which I represent on Kent County Council as well.
I'm sorry, so you're a local councillor and a Kent County councillor?
Yeah.
And so which ward are you councillor of? Is it?
Borton and Courtney ward, which this site is well outside of, but the Kent County Council division is much larger and encompasses this.
Yep. Okay, thank you very much. Right.
Thank you, Ma'am, for allowing me to speak today. I'll be speaking against the application, and although in my view there are a considerable number of aspects contained in this application which would cause significant damage to the local area, I am confident, and have been since I wrote this, that concerns around the loss of best and most versatile agricultural land and the risks to food security will be covered by other speakers, so I'll be focusing my comments on water, highways and active travel. Looking firstly at issues relating to water, the majority of the site contained within the southern application sits above one of the most important groundwater sources in North Kent, a principal chalk aquifer that supplies drinking water to a substantial number of homes and communities. According to the British Geological Survey and the Environment Agency, large parts of this aquifer fall within designated source protection zones, including SPZ1, which is the most vulnerable zone, where surface contamination could reach the groundwater in less than 50 days. Looking at the maps on the DEFRA website, it's clear that this aquifer is closely tied to the land earmarked for development. The risk here is not simply theoretical, it's backed up by decades of data and policy. The Environment Agency's own groundwater protection guidance warns against major development in areas such as this unless there is a compelling case and strong safeguards. I don't believe that the case for building in this location is strong enough to ignore or override this guidance. If these applications are approved, we would be looking at an enormous increase in hard, impermeable surfaces, all of which would reduce the ability of rainfall to filter naturally down into the aquifer. On top of that, there's the heightened risk of pollution from oils, road runoff, or sewage mishaps. This is a particular concern if the site is also to include a household waste recycling centre, which the current documents show positioned both above the aquifer and adjacent to an area of ancient woodland, presenting a risk for serious water contamination issues. Kent is already classed as a seriously water-stressed area by the Environment Agency. a situation the residents of Swale have felt firsthand on a number of occasions in recent years, with large-scale water outages affecting both the Isle of Sheppey as well as Dunkirk and other villages at the eastern end of the borough. These outages have necessitated the delivery of millions of litres of bottled water. The National Planning Policy Framework is clear on this. Paragraphs 162 and 187, amongst others, state that developments must avoid placing the natural environment, and especially water, at unacceptable risk. Any further negative impact or risk to the local water supply on the scale presented by this application should be out of the question until this situation is addressed through the creation of reservoirs or other water storage or water recycling infrastructure to improve the level of water resilience across North Kent. Turning to highways and transport infrastructure, the area encompassed by the Highsted Park application is already subject to significant pressures on both the strategic and the local road networks. Whilst some parts of Sittingbourne would be relieved of traffic in the short term, the introduction of a development on this scale would represent a fundamental shift in traffic patterns, placing thousands of additional journeys on to roads which were never designed for such volumes. Looking at the transport modelling, it's clear that the proposed mitigation measures, most notably the Southern Relief Road and associated junction upgrades, are not robust enough to address the scale of impact anticipated, with National Highways expressing significant concerns about the modelling, trip generation and the design of the proposed infrastructure. Excuse me while I just get some water.
Of course. There's some just there, look.
Oh, I've got my bottle here.
Oh, okay.
Someone else can have that glass.
Okay. No, take your time.
Thank you. If these applications are approved, we would see a dramatic increase in vehicle movements, both from new residents and redirected traffic across the network. Of particular concern is the likely rerouting of traffic from the A249 and A2 onto the Southern Relief Road, funnelling vehicles through Rodmersham, Tunstall, Woodstock Road and Highsted Road. Many of these areas include residential streets not built to function as arterial routes, and the consequences would be immediate: increased congestion, road safety risks, and a deterioration in the quality of life for existing communities. I feel that some of the applicants' assumptions about commuter behaviour are overly optimistic. The suggestion that many new residents will use Sittingbourne or Tenham railway stations does not reflect the reality on the ground. Tenham Station, for example, has extremely limited parking and little realistic scope for expansion. Residents of new developments more than a mile away are unlikely to walk to train stations, which would result in more car journeys, greater congestion and increased parking issues in the already crowded streets around Tenham and Sittingbourne stations. In turn, this would likely discourage a large number of commuters who would opt to simply drive to work instead, especially given that they would have easy access to a motorway junction. Moving away from the impact on local roads and looking at the impact on the motorway network, the M2 between Junction 5 and the proposed new Junction 5A is already a known pinch point, and the addition of thousands of vehicle movements along this short stretch would risk creating a major bottleneck. Claims that the Southern Relief Road would improve access to the Eurolink industrial estate are undermined slightly by the route's design, which includes no fewer than 7 roundabouts between the M2 and the industrial estate. This is not conducive to efficient HGV movement, and following the A249 upgrades at Stockbury, Grovehurst and Keith Street, it is likely that many drivers would simply continue to use the more direct existing A249, rendering the relief road somewhat redundant for its stated purpose. The wider environmental and landscape implications are also significant. The proposed Junction 5A would require construction through several hectares of the Kent Downs National Landscape. Studies, including the 2019 CPRE review of major road schemes, have shown that such interventions almost invariably result in lasting harm to both local environments and designated landscapes. And finally, on to active travel and public rights of way. The Highsted Park Master Plan presents a vision of sustainable movement, yet the reality again falls far short of what is needed to deliver genuine modal shift. The drawings reveal a notable absence of dedicated off-road cycling infrastructure that would be essential to encourage residents to choose cycling over car use for everyday journeys into Sittingbourne and other nearby towns and villages. While the landscape and open space strategy references a green grid intended to promote walking and cycling, in the southern part of the application, much of this green space is situated immediately adjacent to the proposed Southern Relief Road, the primary purpose of that relief road being to provide relief for hundreds of HGVs into and out of Sittingbourne. Decades of research and recent systematic reviews have shown that proximity to high traffic roads significantly reduces the appeal and safety of active travel routes, particularly for families and less confident cyclists. National best practice and evidence from successful schemes makes clear that only continuous, segregated and well-connected cycling networks physically separated from motor traffic are effective in achieving lasting behaviour change and reducing car dependency. The challenge of designing for modal shift is substantial. Evidence consistently shows that isolated cycle lanes or piecemeal improvements do little to alter travel habits. Instead, a comprehensive network of protected bike lanes, direct routes to key destinations, and seamless integration with public transport are all required to shift behaviour at scale. Even then, modal shift is not guaranteed. It is influenced by factors such as perceived safety, convenience, journey time, and the quality of end-of-trip facilities. Studies have found that cycling infrastructure is a necessary but not sufficient condition for modal shift. Without a connected, convenient and attractive network, most new developments see only marginal reductions in car use. The potential loss of public rights of way compounds these issues. Kent County Council has highlighted the significant reduction in existing public rights of way, which would sever established routes and undermine the wider active travel network. Such losses are difficult to mitigate and often irreversible, further limiting opportunities for safe, direct and pleasant active travel. In summary, the Highsted Park proposals lack the ambition and connectivity required to support meaningful modal shift without a fundamental redesign, prioritising continuous segregated cycling infrastructure away from busy roads, protecting and enhancing public rights of way and ensuring direct links to key destinations. This development risks entrenching car dependency and missing the opportunity to create a truly sustainable community. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Lehman. Mr. Simons, I'm presuming you don't...
No, thank you very much.
Right, thank you so much.
I didn't see you looking at me, sorry.
No, it's all right. Right, thank you. So we've got Mrs. Carol Gotham. Don't know if I pronounced your name right, sorry if I haven't. Make yourself comfortable. We've got some water there, which people seem to need. Okay, so if you'd like to introduce yourself and then just, I've got a written statement from you. So if you want to
I've got a slightly adjusted written statement.
Have you? Right, okay, shall I have that?
Figures.
Oh, all right, thank you very much. Right, okay, so just introduce yourself and tell me
Yes,
what you'd like to
my
say.
name's Carol Gotham. I'm here today representing Farms, Fields and Fresh Air, a grassroots group which arose to fight mass developments on our best and most versatile agricultural land in Faversham and in Swale. I'm here opposing the scheme today. Swale contains some of the highest quality agricultural land in the UK. Of the approximately 23,000 hectares of land in Swale that is farmed, an estimated 15,000 hectares, approximately 70%, is classed as best and most versatile, grades 1 to 3A, a finite resource. It has been calculated that for every 100 hectares of such land lost, between 0.7 million to 1.7 million pounds worth of output, and between 5 and 13 jobs in agriculture could also be lost, alongside job losses in those local businesses that process produce. It is crucial to bear in mind that this quote from Swale Borough Council was written in 2018. Crucial, since the imposition of the local plan bearing fruits has meant that the change of use of farmed land in Swale to that for building houses has gathered pace, especially since the economic shock in 2020 of COVID-19 and the then Prime Minister Boris Johnson's mantra of Build Back Better, followed by this Labour government's plan to build 1.5 million houses during its term. The Highsted Park applications propose that the southern site alone, which comprises 577 hectares of productive, best and most versatile agricultural land, be lost to farming and turned into housing. The southern site alone equates to 3.85% of that 2018 estimate of 15,000 hectares of BMV farmland across Swale. Adding in the northern site, a further 97.94 hectares is perhaps doomed to be discarded carelessly from agricultural usage, thus negatively impacting future generations' sovereign food security. On the 28th of September 2021, Natural England's response to the Northern Planning application was that only 3% of land nationally is Grade 1 soil, and a request was made to identify by use of soil sampling if the northern site was indeed all Grade 1. Natural England made the point that the applicant had incorrectly labelled the soil, which should be identified correctly as Hamble 1 Soil Association. However, I could not find the applicant's response to the soil sampling request. Was this carried out? And on the 5th of November 2021, in a summary of Natural England's advice, they stated that Natural England objects to the proposal. Why? Among other things, it would lead to loss of best and most versatile soil. However, Natural England did not seek to quantify the risk or not of either the southern or northern sites flooding, which makes a significant difference to the overall importance nationally of any piece of BMV agricultural land. The Environment Agency puts the risk as 59% of Grade 1 agricultural land is at risk of flooding from rivers and the sea. If we apply the climate change projections, this rises by 5% by mid-century. This does not apply to the site represented in the Highsted Park planning applications, as their own investigation by C&A Consulting Engineers states the application site is located within Fluvial Flood Zone 1, i.e. it does not flood. The CPRE charity say that the current protection of high quality land for food production is inadequate. BMV land is supposed to be accorded special protection by the planning system. According to paragraph 187 of the NPPF, planning policies and decisions should contribute to and enhance the natural and local environment by b. recognising the economic and other benefits of the best and most versatile agricultural land. Footnote 65 adds that where significant development of agricultural land is demonstrated to be necessary, areas of poorer quality land should be preferred to those of a higher quality. The aim of the NPPF is to achieve sustainable development, something the United Nations defines as development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. This generation should not be sacrificing Grade 1 to 3A agricultural land, a finite resource, in pursuit of short-term economic growth, thereby compromising our country's future generations' homegrown food security. To reiterate, the two Highsted Park proposed sites of 674.94 hectares comprise a potential loss in excess of 4.5% of the BMV agricultural land in Swale, which is more than double that lost in the last 25 years. "4.5%. Perhaps this seems bearable in isolation. However, the point of a local development plan is that sites are not taken in isolation. They are planned with all sorts of objects in mind. BMV is just one of those parameters which must be considered. There have been significant losses of BMV soil to farming already in Swale. Looking at some of the building sites where planning permission has been granted since 2002 just to housing development, I have calculated that at least 306.4 hectares of BMV has been lost. This equates to just over 2% of Swale's total. I have a list of sites. There are around 7 in Faversham, a total of 84.4 hectares of BMV land lost. I won't, no. The 7 sites around Sittingbourne total 214 hectares. Of that, 62.9 hectares of BMV farmland at northwest Sittingbourne, the land between Quinton Road and Bramblefield Lane at Pheasant Farm and Great Grovehurst Farm. In the report on that particular development, it was mentioned that the significance of the loss of agricultural land on the site is therefore large adverse, which is considered significant in EIA terms. There are also 2 sites in Newington which total a further 8 hectares. Not forgetting the land earmarked for future development around Swale in our emerging local plan. And I will mention just the 2 largest here. Each plot big enough to build around 2,500 houses. 136.7 hectares of BMV land to the west of Bobbing, Sittingbourne, and 129.5 hectares of mostly Grade 1 and 2 productive farmland at the Duchy of Cornwall's South East Faversham development. These 2 developments together contribute a further 1.77% loss to Swale's best farmland. If Highsted goes ahead as well, Swale will have lost 8.27% of its farmland to housing alone. In 2022, CPRE, the countryside charity, said, "On first impression, a 0.6% loss in our total BMV agricultural land sounds insignificant. However, the Food Foundation's Veg Facts series found that in 2018, only 1% of the UK's agricultural land was used to produce 52.7% of our vegetables." Again, I would like to highlight the CPRE report on the loss of agricultural land, which is believed to be the first ever to quantify the scale of development nationally on the 2 highest and most productive grades of farmland. The South East region, with almost 3,000 hectares of BMV land disappearing overall, has the greatest loss to development of Grade 1 land, which is rated excellent quality. That does not even consider the Grade 2 and Grade 3A land, which is also disappearing. In addition, Swale has the highest number of agricultural workers in Kent, at 3,148 workers, give or take. Giving permission to these applications means agricultural jobs will be directly impacted, with expertise in the agricultural industry also lost. Associated jobs in the industries reliant on food and drink production using the crops grown here may also be threatened. Now I'd like to turn to Kent Science Park and the land set aside for commercial use. The developer's intention to build warehousing/commercial buildings along the southern side of the site near to the M2 motorway is questionable. I want to illustrate that statement by a few examples. In Faversham, just a few miles along the M2 and perhaps a 10 to 15 minutes journey away by car, there are 2 sites which, allocated for use in the local plan bearing fruits, have both been advertised for sale or rent for a number of years. One site, 7.5 acres in Perry Court, adjacent to the M2 Junction 6 and Ashford Road 251, so major arterial roads, is still being advertised, still vacant, and was last autumn being used as a pick-your-own pumpkin patch. This site has an access road already in situ, but has had planning permission since 2017. In February 2022, a letter was sent to the new residents of Perry Court, there are 300 houses there, asking what uses could possibly be applied to it. And I'll just read the quote. In 2017, Hallam Land Management Limited was granted planning permission from Swale Borough Council for new housing, offices, research and development and light industrial uses, a mixed-use development at Perry Court. The other site at Love Lane, Faversham, Class E/B8 employment and retail land and units, has been marketed by Harrison's Chartered and Surveyors. A for sale to let board has been on site from October 2021 to spring 2025. But the 27 hectare site has been granted permission for yet more housing, as there was, and I quote, little interest in commercial uses, the developer Fernham Homes said. Yet another site adjacent to Love Lane in Faversham again, an old factory site on the Graveney Road, was empty and abandoned for years after its tenants Nova, and before them Smedley's canning factory, had become defunct, and now has yet more housing built on it. The history of intentions to build a greater science park at Highsted has had a long and pretty fruitless history. Sittingbourne.me, the online webpage started in 2012 and devoted to Sittingbourne news, has published an impressive document in its blog section called Kent Science Park, the First Expansion and Other Failures, detailing the doomed efforts and failure to expand Highsted Science Park using publicly available planning documents from the last 17 years of planning history. In conclusion, both Highsted Park planning applications should be refused because they are speculative outline applications which would double the cumulative loss of Swales BMV agricultural land. That would be a proven loss, whereas the developer's supposed benefits of new houses and commercial units are unproven. If approval is granted, the existing and new population will suffer. Water scarcity will increase. There will be a growing disparity in healthcare, less food security, greater pollution from increased traffic, increasing sewage pollution of our coastal waters. The BMV agricultural land should remain and produce food for our future generations, as we will certainly need it. The UK is only around 60% self-sufficient in food production.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Very much. Right, we'll have one more and then we will have a break for just a comfort break. So can we hear Lucy Windsor, please? Oh, hello.
I also have a fresh copy for you, Mum.
Oh, have you? Is this replacing this one?
There was one sent through, but it was quite a long time.
Oh, okay. Right, okay, fine, thank you. Right, so if you'd like to, have you got some water? You might need it.
Oh, yes, thank you.
So if you'd like to just introduce yourself and then say whether you're objecting or supporting the scheme and then say what you'd like to say. Thank you.
Good morning, my name is Lucy Windsor and I'm a resident of St Patrick's Row in the heart of Rodmersham and I oppose this application. Whilst I've only been a resident of Rodmersham for 18 months, I have a long and deeply personal history with the village and the surrounding areas 3 generations of my family have lived or worked in the shadow of Robersham Church. My great-grandmother, Gladys Elvey, worked as a fruit picker, bringing home cherries ripe from the fields every summer and hop garlands in the autumn. When the Second World War broke out, she, along with my grandmother Sandra, moved to the former kennels at the bottom of Muddy Lane. There they lived and worked through the conflict, raising rabbits and chickens for local sustenance. Still now, my grandmother speaks fondly of how she was kept amused from the toys made for the kind young men of the woods, her affectionate term for the prisoners of war tasked with clearing golden wood. In my youth, you'd find me in Highsted Woods, amusing myself while my parents held court on court, both at one time being captains of the nearby Robersham Squash Club. Whilst I never did pick up a racket myself, the wonderful community that surrounds the squash club spurred me on to become a keen runner and gym goer, and you'll still find me running through the rural lanes, footpaths and bridle ways of Robersham, Milstead and Bexon Court today. Forgive me for being romantic. I love this landscape, from its exceptional and distinct flora and fauna to its enduring rural heritage. In spring, we're met with an abundance of English bluebells and rare orchids in Highsted Valley and Cromer Woods, set alongside the almost medieval scene of fruit blossoms in the fields. In summer, the hedgerows flow over an abundance of elderflower, with swifts and swallows darting through the farmstead of Pitstock, whilst buzzards soar overhead of their nests in Highsted quarries, and the kingfishers sit in wait silently amongst the Tong streams. In autumn, I collect the walnuts plentiful around Upper Robersham, along with the damsons, quints and medlars in the hedgerows of Ruinsbarn Lane and Muddy Lane. During the evenings, my father and I spent many a time wandering around Cromer's Wood, stopping a little while with a flask to listen to the badgers awakening and setting off into the woods in the night towards Broadoak. In the winter, I like to rise early with my fellow community of walkers, watching the field fairs in the orchards behind Robersham Church as we crunch across the frosty footpaths towards Sittingbourne. I am heartbroken to consider this valued, regionally and nationally significant landscape will be forever blighted by this proposed scheme. As a principal, I am for progressive change. My heart might well be in the countryside, but day to day I'm a chartered surveyor, and I see the benefit of considered appropriate development. I'm also very acutely aware of the government's plan for change and the Secretary of State's call to arms for securing planning permission for new homes outside of the local plan. But in my measured opinion, Highsted Park does not deliver the appropriate local infrastructure and accessible public green space the government so clearly sets out as being the key criteria for development. It does not demonstrate the care, the nuance, the quality, nor the required bar of viability. Quite frankly, the scheme is simply not good enough. We heard in the applicant's opening and master planning statements the proposed scheme professes to be landscape-led, honed and crafted to take account of the local characteristics and adopting a green grid approach in order to present the most sustainable option for large-scale development and a new highways infrastructure. I vehemently disagree. Myself and the other local residents will recall plans have been in circulation since at least 2006, with no material suggestion there has ever been investigation into an alternative optimal scheme for development for the Relief Road. The route for the road has been chosen not best to mitigate the destruction of this valued landscape, but instead driven solely by the titular interests of the applicants. Landowner-led, not landscape-led. The proposed development does not, in my opinion, seek to minimise or reduce the impact on the environment, nor introduce significant mitigation measures that one would be expected in a scheme of quality. As Ms Ahern for Swale Borough Council set out in her evidence, there will be significant adverse harm to the extent that the area could no longer be described as rural. The proposed planting and screening will not be sufficient, in my opinion, to offset the desecration of the landscape and does not create a new alternative landscape, which is of quality and equal value to local residents. To quote Ms Ahern once again, you can't just put trees on a carriageway and call it a green bridge. Whilst the applicants may have taken the Secretary of State quite literally in her recent assertions that we cannot put newts before housing, we cannot forget that the development directly impacts a nationally important landscape, which is home to a vast array of safeguarded species. A legally protected landscape with legally protected flora and fauna. The applicant's understanding of the complex nature of ecology is severely lacking. The suggestion of rehousing our badgers as live happily alongside the ground nesting skylarks, all amongst our newly planted peri-orchard, is at best laughable and at worst reckless in its due diligence.
What's a peri-orchard?
Pears.
Sorry?
Pears.
Pears. Oh, right, okay. Thank you.
Similarly, there appears to be a complete disregard of our chalk streams, for they are indeed chalk streams. As a globally rare habitat, I am alarmed that there is not sufficient detail on how these watercourses and attenuation ponds will be enhanced and protected during our construction phases, nor when the road and development is in use, protected from the nitrogen and hydrocarbon runoff. Other water landscapes are omitted entirely from the application. Highsted Quarries, for example, is arguably a ponded landscape, Chalk Pit 3 regularly being in flood for months of the year. I can recall pond dipping for newts and frogs with my father on many occasions. By omission of any environmental statement, comment on protection, or simply how they plan to drain this habitat, the applicant's documents seem to be asserting the areas are dry. I implore they check their due diligence. The approach to water, whether surface, ground, fresh or sewered, is highly concerning to local residents, not least because the existing water supply networks require reinforcement to serve the proposed development. With no clear evidence of the applicant meaningfully engaged with the appropriate local water boards. It's worthy of note that Southern Water have written again this month to the inquiry to restate their concerns, albeit the letter was erroneously sent to the planning portal and is yet to feature in the inquiry documents. Locally, we are acutely aware of the 5 strategic main intersections at the Bottoms Hill, which I've appended at Appendix A, which serves Sittingbourne and beyond to the Isle of Sheppey. Whilst appreciating this as an outline application, one would anticipate specific acknowledgement of the complexity to upgrade and connect to such a network, as well as the works that may be needed to move any mains in conflict with the road. Anecdotally, my father, formerly the area and licensed to operate manager for Southern Water, has recounted to me on several occasions the informal meetings between Southern Water and the then local MP Gordon Henderson in 2017. The conflict between any new road and the mains were well known even then, and even in 2017 an informal cost estimate of over £1,000 a metre was quoted, meaning just over £4 million for relocating one main alone. In recent years, the local water boards have met with significant issues of excess groundwater locally, with every treatment works in Swale at or over capacity. Compounded by housing development, this has caused notable flooding at Bapchild and Tenham, not only for the existing residents, but impacting new developments too. The 298-house scheme at Frognall Lane, Tenham, a stone's throw from the red line boundary, has broken ground, but currently paused in part due to groundwater levels being significantly higher than anticipated, with additional mitigation works being required to prevent surface waters flooding and a solution to the overburdened sewage connections. Ironically, this is the same site they uncovered the nationally significant statue of Triton, the god of water. Perhaps we should have heeded its warning. I accept the risk of flood from groundwater will be less of an issue for some of the proposed development where it sits at top of the Chalk Valley at grade with the highest point near Rodmersham Church. Albeit such topography presents a new challenge insofar that there is insufficient change in levels to make use of a gravitationally fed reservoir. Boosters will be needed to support the new infrastructure system, but no engineering solution is yet shown, proposed or costed. There are hugely technical, costly and integral works required to water infrastructure in order to develop and deliver the scheme and safeguard the surrounding water supply. I question why such material matters such as relocation of mains and new treatment works, water boosters and associated enabling works, and those timescales associated have not appeared clearly in submissions. To me, they are such fundamental cogs in the wheels of deliverability and viability. We must understand how and when these will be enabled before even outline consent can be given. The applicant professes to be shovel ready, but unless that said shovel is being used in readiness to dig a yet to be shared water infrastructure scheme, I fear this development will shortly become a white elephant. My principal concern is to the proposed highway is the sheer scale and massing of such a monumental structure that will blight and dissect our landscape. The 4 metre high and 9 metre wide carriageway at Stockers Hill will render a valued landscape destroyed for generations. In her evidence for the applicant, Ms Brockhurst claims that the scheme was planned around accessibility and diversity, but I see no evidence of consideration of local community accessibility. Instead, the development materially restricts local residents' ability to enjoy what's left of the landscape. The vast road creates a physical and psychological barrier between our rural community and Sittingbourne. I walk daily, not only for the exercise, but the calming and restorative effects of walking the rural lanes. My mother passed away less than 2 years ago, and walking amongst the orchards in a circular route from Rodmersham has provided me with a great personal journey of growth and grief. My normal path sees me traverse across the orchards, down Stockers Hill, and into Sittingbourne via Cromer's Road, Highsted Woods and Highsted Valley. These 3 separate footpaths are of huge local importance. Should the development proceed, our local routes which crisscross the fields and orchards will be met with a concrete supporting structure, shadowed landscaped, traffic lights and a roundabout. The thought of restricting and bisecting and rerouting the footpaths and bridleways in this manner makes me feel highly isolated and deeply saddened for the loss of such a vital community resource. Finally, on employment. The applicant's opening statements makes great play of the once-in-a-generation benefits to include addressing the alleged massive demand for high-quality commercial space. As a commercial surveyor, I was naturally drawn to this evidence supporting this claim, CD 28.1, Savills Highsted Master Plan Commercial Plan Assessment. I find the report very lacking. Unusually, it gives no evidence of local demand, omitting any mention of inquiries, interests and pre-lets that they have secured or known but unsatisfied requirements for the wider area. Such omissions are especially surprising given that the author, Savills, are the marketing agents for Kent Science Park, and one would expect sufficiently well versed to talk to this apparent unsatisfied and pent-up demand. The report also alludes to Jazz Pharmaceuticals having taken additional space at Kent Science Park. I find this a highly contrived statement. I think it noteworthy to state that whilst Jazz were granted planning permission for a new building in 2021 and commenced construction, quite remarkably, they took the step not only to close the project, but demolished the steel structure entirely. Such a decision talks to the lack of growth prospects for Jazz and others on the park. Significant numbers of staff have been made redundant at Jazz, with a real concern the entire facility may close entirely in the next 3 years. Jazz having ceased trialling and testing for any new cannabinoid products at Kent Science Park. Something I speak to from direct personal experience, a close relative being a senior manager at Jazz who recently elected to take early retirement when the news was announced. The lack of demand for commercial space is further demonstrated by the high reported vacancy rates at Kent Science Park at 16%, significantly higher than Savills suggested equilibrium frictional capacity of around 8% availability. Savills very weakly claim that this is a very high vacancy rate is due to an oversupply of smaller office space and a demand for larger facilities. A dubious conclusion, given that they themselves are already marketing a space of 16,000 square foot, and Jazz demolished a whole building which could have been put to alternative use with sufficient demand. I also find the reliance on CoStar data throughout a curious methodology. I would have personally heavily caveat the use of CoStar. It is not used by all within industry, and in my, admittedly, very historic days of commercial agency, it would be common to be very calculated in the level of availability shown on CoStar, so as not to flood the market and risk rents falling. Similarly, it wouldn't be unusual to omit inclusion of the space which is let but unused and vacant. Given Jazz's recent decision to pull back on new products, I do wonder what the true availability of stock at Kent Science Park may well be. In conclusion, I consider this no exemplar scheme. It does not meet the local or national guidance or aspirations to provide high quality and economic boosting development sympathetic to local communities. I find the details, diligence and proposals lacking in robust details relating to landscape, ecology, water, public rights of way and commercial growth. It is not a scheme which currently appears demonstrably viable and deliverable within this government's tenure, and I implore it could only be concluded that the application is refused. Thank you.
No questions? Very much. We're going to have, microphone on. We're going to have a short break now. I just wanted to ask one thing, Ms. Gotham. You, when you read your statement, you had a little bit before you started about who you were representing.
I represent.
Yeah, could you just repeat that, please?
Farms, Fields and Fresh Air, a grassroots group which arose to fight mass development on B&V land in Faversham and Swale.
So it is basically a Swale-based group, is it?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, okay, so it's 11:45, so we will have a break for 20 minutes until 12:05. All right, and then we'll carry on down the list. Thank you. Right. You've got some water there if you need it. People seem to.
Yeah, I think somebody's anticipating.
Yeah. So the inquiry is now resumed. So we'll have another hour or so before lunch, okay? And we will just continue with people on the list. I should think we'll get through probably about 4 more, perhaps 5 people speaking. So it's Mr. Ainsworth, and if you'd like to introduce yourself and then tell me what you'd like to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My name's Mike Ainsworth, and I oppose the application. I'm here today primarily as a long-standing resident of Tenham, but the particular issue that I want to raise isn't a local one. Instead, I want to talk about national policy on new accesses to the Strategic Road Network, the SRN. That probably seems like a fairly obscure subject for a third-party speaker, but I do claim some relevant experience. For several years, I was employed in and was later in charge of the branch within the Department for Transport and later the Highways Agency, which was responsible for precisely this area of government policy. Now, that policy is currently set out in DFT Circular 1 of 22, which is core document 24.2, in particular in paragraphs 18 to 25. These are the ones that deal, among other things, with new connections to the SRN, and especially relevant are paragraphs 19 and 20. Para 19 emphasises the importance of proposals for new connections to the SRN being identified at the plan making stage. Para 20 then goes on to deal with cases where that hasn't happened. In those circumstances, it says, new connections to sections of the network designed for high-speed traffic will be allowed only for 4 types of development. And those 4 types are signed roadside facilities, emergency vehicle accesses, public transport interchanges, and national highways construction and maintenance compounds. And if we take those stipulations one at a time and apply them to the present application, we already know that the applicant's proposals are not allowed for in any local plan. We know that the M2 clearly qualifies as a road designed for high-speed traffic. And finally, the applicant scheme does not fall into any of the 4 exceptional categories mentioned in the circular. That being the case, the circular says quite boldly, and I quote, "There will be no new connections." And that would seem to rule out any prospective M2 Junction 5A, and with it, a central and maybe essential element of the proposals. Now, you might think that this would be a central theme, therefore, of National Highways' response to the applicant's proposals. National Highways, after all, are the Department for Transport's representatives on earth when it comes to operation of the SRN. See their licence from the Secretary of State, which is core document 24.1. Yet what National Highways have consistently said is they need further details from the applicant. Para 3.8 of their statement of case, which is core document 33.4, for example, says the most significant outstanding information relates to the case for the design and delivery of the proposed new connection to the SRN at M2 Junction 5A. But it's difficult to see what more National Highways need to know. The policy isn't concerned with whether the applicants can come up with a design for a new junction that meets all the many and various technical standards. What it is concerned with is whether, as a matter of principle, a junction should be allowed in the first place. And as I hope I've demonstrated, the answer to that is that it says very plainly that it should not. Now, there are maybe 3 counter-arguments to all this. The first and the simplest is that the reason the current scheme wasn't brought forward at the plan-making stage, as the circular recommends, is the obvious one. No relevant local plan currently exists. But given Swale's position at this inquiry, it would be difficult to argue that anything remotely similar to this proposal would have been allowed for in any plan that did come forward. A more persuasive argument, at first sight at least, is that what the circular sets out is policy. It isn't legislation, it isn't holy writ. And this is something that Mr Peters for National Highways takes up in his proof of evidence, which is core document 41.2.2. As Mr Peters points out, there's always the possibility of an exception to policy being allowed where circumstances demand it. And I agree. That's why circulars tend to talk about what's expected to happen rather than what will always and invariably be the case. Mr Peters hones in on this at 4.4 of his proof, where he says that there is a clear presumption in para 20 of the circular against new connections where the principle has not been identified at the plan making stage. But here I have to part company with Mr Peters because that isn't what the circular says. It doesn't say there will be a presumption against new motorway junctions in these cases, nor, as I mentioned earlier, does it say that National Highways will need to be satisfied that a new junction can meet all the relevant standards. What it does say is that, except in the 4 very specific cases that I've already mentioned, there will be no new connections on those sections of the network designed for high-speed traffic. That isn't a presumption, that's a prohibition. And there are no ifs or buts or weasel words there. And frankly, it would defeat my powers of drafting to come up with anything more clear and unambiguous. It's worth also emphasising that while the policy isn't absolute, no policy is, even where it's expressed in terms as uncompromising as this, it's not enough for National Highways or even the Secretary of State simply to decide on a whim that an exception is permissible. If there's to be an exception, it must be backed by a reasoned justification. And when the policy in question is framed in terms as unequivocal as those we're concerned with here, yet again, there will be no new connections, it would be reasonable to expect any case for an exception to be somewhere between compelling and overwhelming. Yet National Highway's statement of case, core document 33.4, makes no attempt to make any case at all. At para 317, it acknowledges that there's a prima facie policy conflict with the approach to the proposal of the new junction in the context of a planning application, yet rather than address that conflict, the same paragraph goes on to say, based on no argument at all, we do not regard this as a grounds for refusing the application. Needless to say, I'm not entirely persuaded. Yet Mr Peters seems not to be entirely convinced himself. At para 4.5 of his proof, he explains that the case has gone upstairs to the Department for Transport for a ruling on whether a sufficient case for an exception to the policy has been made. That, we're told, was in early March. But Mr Peters' proof doesn't tell us whether the department has yet ruled. If they have, and have concluded there's no compelling case, then we're suddenly in a very different world, because it calls the whole development into question, along with the junction. If, on the other hand, the department have decided in principle to allow a new junction, then those of us opposed to the development need to understand the reasons. And if the department have yet to decide, then maybe it's time for them to be given a gentle reminder, given the central importance of the new junction to the entire development. The third, and you'll be relieved to know, final counter-argument is that the applicant's scheme predates Circular 1 of 22, and that it would be unreasonable to hold them to something that didn't exist, at the time they were drawing up their proposals. But this is an area in which the policy has remained consistent over many years and across governments of all political persuasions. And there are good reasons for it. As National Highways' own statement of case puts it, at para 315, new connections onto the SRN lead to more weaving and turning manoeuvres, which in turn create additional risk to safety and reduce the reliability and efficiency of journeys. With that principle in mind, we can look at one of 22's predecessor, which was Circular 2 of 2013, and that, if anything, allowed even less room for argument. It said, at para 40, Where the strategic growth test cannot be met, there will be no additional junctions with or direct means of access to motorways and other routes of near motorway standard. Now, I can spare you a long and probably not very interesting history of the policy going back to the dawn of time, or at least to the dawn of the motorway network, but to illustrate just how long-standing that policy has been, I'd like to mention one even earlier policy statement, this time DTLR Circular 4 of 2001. It noted that direct access to motorways will be limited to grade-separated junctions from other trunk routes or major local roads, motorway service areas, maintenance compounds, and exceptionally other major transport interchanges. The Highways Agency will therefore direct, those were the days, will direct local planning authorities not to grant planning permission for applications incorporating access proposals which would breach this policy. And incidentally, 4 of 2001 also confirms my credentials in that my name appears there as the person to whom inquiries on the content of the circular should be addressed. So much for my 15 minutes of fame. So there's nothing about a policy which would prohibit a new junction in the circumstance of the present case. The most recent statement of the policy may date from less than 3 years ago, but the policy itself has been around virtually unchanged for at least a quarter of a century. So it can't reasonably be argued on the applicant's behalf that they've been caught by a new approach to motorway junctions which they couldn't have been expected to know about. To sum up, motorways have been around for 60 or more years, and by my reckoning there are now well over 300 junctions on the English motorway network. But I've been unable to identify a single one of them which has been provided as M2 Junction 5A would be, if it goes ahead, purely to accommodate a private development. And I hope, Madam, that you'll conclude at that point and the unequivocal policy against new motorway junctions in these circumstances are ones which it's appropriate for you to underline to the Secretary of State when you come to write your report.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Ainsworth. Did you want to ask anything?
No, thank you very much. I mean, quite a lot of that's directed towards national highways, but I hope you're able to come back for that session, but there'll be a...
Certainly, yeah. I'm looking forward to it.
I'm sure you are, yeah. Lots of discussion.
I'm sure you can ask a question if there's anything that hasn't been asked. So.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, Mr. Thwaites, next. Oh, you come back to your seat again.
Yes, I know. It's great to be back. I don't mean that. I've got hard copies if anyone would.
I think, have I got...
Do you have one?
Yes, I have, thank you.
Okay, there's some more here.
Right, Mr Thwaites, if you'd like to introduce yourself to the inquiry and then tell us what you'd like to say. Thank you.
I'm Stephen Thwaites. I'm a local resident. I live in Bexon, and I'm opposed to the application. I'm planning to skip some of the paragraphs in order to keep within the time, if that's all right.
Yes, that's fine. It's not very long, is it? So, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks. I live in Bexon Cottage in Hawkshill Lane, immediately to the south of the southern section of the proposed development. Bexon Cottage is located next door to Bexon Court, which is a Grade 2 star listed building. Both properties are in the Kent Downs National Landscape and very close to the site of the proposed new junction 5A on the M2. My wife and I have lived at Bexon Cottage since 2008. The property appealed to us when we were looking for a house to buy because it was in an area of outstanding national beauty, as it was then designated. The location is rural. The nearest village, Bredgar, is around a mile away. Our house is surrounded by fields. Bexon is a hamlet and consists of a dozen houses strung along Hawkshill Lane. Generally, I feel very strongly that Kent is a particularly special county because of its location in the southeastern corner of the country on a narrow strait between England and the continent. It has a rich history and an important ongoing role in our national life. It has a long and varied coastline, estuaries, marshes, orchards and downland. Kent is a real county, Its beauty does not have the manicured static feel of some other counties. I wasn't sure about that part because it seemed a bit rude, but anyway, that's what I thought. It has farming, fishing and industry with deep roots, but also new and innovative ways of working. It has wild downland and coast. There are rough edges alongside both the beautiful and untouched and also the developed. It seems obvious to me that there is a fragile balance which should be preserved and that economic development should not be promoted at the expense of rare and beautiful and productive landscape, and there is in reality no need to destroy that balance. In my view, the Borough of Swale shares in some measure all of the qualities that are typical of Kent and which make it such a special county. It is vitally important that the balance currently to be found in Swale is preserved. There are many reasons why this enormous proposed development should not be built. I will mention some of these reasons below, but they've been clearly and cogently articulated by experts and local councillors and residents over many years, and I have little to add, apart from recording my agreement with these objections. The destruction of high-quality farmland, damage to heritage assets, ecological vandalism, degraded air quality, concreting over of Countryside Gap, construction of a motorway junction in a national landscape, and numerous other severe consequences of allowing Highsted Park to go ahead should be enough to call a halt to this proposed development. I want to focus in this statement on a particular set of consequences, and those are the implications for road traffic to the south of the southern scheme. The proposed development is uniquely harmful in that it would deliver significantly increased traffic via the proposed northern and southern relief roads and the planned junction 5A on the M2. It is obvious that the consequences of this have not been properly evaluated or mitigated in the developers' proposals. In my view, there are harmful consequences that cannot be mitigated sensibly, in particular the effects on the network of rural lanes to the south of the proposed development. I will start with the lane I live on, at the risk of being accused of NIMBYism. Hawkshill Lane is a single track lane with no formal passing places. When vehicles encounter each other, usually a lot of reversing and manoeuvring is required, except in the few places where traffic can stray onto the verges in order to gain passage. At the southern end of Hawkshill Lane, there is a sharp 90-degree turn into Bashford Barn Lane. This is another single track lane which has a few informal passing places. The 90-degree turn creates frequent blockages. Several times a year, an articulated lorry will drive to this corner, find it impossible to negotiate the turn, and will be forced to reverse for a significant distance along narrow lanes before it can turn round and try to find another route. At the far end of Bashford Barn Lane, there's a T-junction at Swanton Street. The right turn leads to Bredgar and beyond to Tunstall and Sittingbourne, the route of the Bredgar Rat Run. The left turn leads to Hollingbourne Hill and eventually to a roundabout on the A20. The A20 very quickly connects traffic to Junction 8 on the M20 and to Maidstone. Swanton Street and Hollingbourne Hill are narrow roads. There are places where two cars cannot pass. The villages of Hollingbourne and Ahorn are choke points because of the narrowness of the road and parked cars. More often than not, there is queuing traffic in both directions at these points. To the north, Hawkshill Lane ends in a junction with Bexon Lane running across a lane roughly northwest to southeast, and Ruins Barn Road running roughly northeast into Woodstock Road and then into the centre of Sittingbourne. The proposed new junction 5A would be built in the field immediately to the east of this junction and, inexplicably to my mind, within the national landscape. I see no reason why the junction could not be located to the north of the M2 outside the national landscape altogether, although in my view the junction should not be constructed at all. The map below shows the part of the Hawkshill Rat Run located immediately to the south of the proposed southern scheme. The entire route from the roundabout on the A20 via Hollingbourne Hill, Swanton Street, etc., is already a rat run in both directions at peak times. If a combined residential and commercial development on the scale of Highsted Park, including a new junction on the M2, is constructed, there will inevitably be increased traffic on the Hawkshill Rat Run and the other lanes to the south of the development. The new junction would provide an additional connection between the M2 and the M20. The nearest other connection between the motorways from junction 7 on the M20 via the A249 to the newly rebuilt junction 5 on the M2 is already heavily congested at peak times. Given that it is widely accepted that new roads and junctions attract more traffic, it seems very likely that a new junction on the M2 at this point will not only create greater traffic flows to and from the proposed development on the M2, but it will also attract greater traffic to and from the M2 from areas beyond the proposed development, and specifically more traffic between the motorways and to and from Maidstone, Leeds Castle and other locations to the south of the M2. The Hawkshill Rat Run would, in my view, see greatly increased traffic in both directions as a result, traffic that would cause even greater congestion than currently experienced. The same would apply, I believe, to the other roads and rural lanes to the south of the proposed development. The stretch of Bexon Lane from the junction with Hawkshill Lane to Bredgar is essentially single track with a long stretch where there are high hedges on both sides of the lane. Two cars can squeeze past each other in places. The passing places, in inverted commas, are usually in reality driveways to houses. Bexon Lane is frequently blocked by traffic. The other stretch of Bexon Lane from the Hawkshill Junction to Bottom Road is wider until it begins the descent into the valley when it becomes single track. Ruinsbarn Road has two lanes either side of the bridge over the M2 and then becomes single track until the Science Park. According to the applicant's framework plan, Access and Strategic Vehicles Routes Highsted, CD 8.25, Ruinsbarn Road is to be upgraded, realigned, and a new junction provided access to the development is to be created at the existing junction of Hawkshill Lane and Bexon Lane. The plan in this document is materially inaccurate and that it does not show the stretch of Bexon Lane running southeast from this junction to Bottom Pond Road, where a representation of the new motorway junction is placed. No details of these proposed changes to these lanes have been provided. I note that the boundary of the development site takes in a portion of the field to the south of Bexon Lane and the east of Hawkshill Lane, directly opposite to Bexon Court, which is of course also in the national landscape. No explanation has been provided. It must be assumed that these changes to the lanes will also lead to increased traffic on the Hawkshill Lane, Rat Run and surrounded lanes. Mr. Bamber has set out in section 8 of his proof of evidence, CD 43.4.2, PDF page 35, details of the reports and studies which have concluded that induced traffic is a real phenomenon. He clearly accepts these findings. I think most people accept this is the case, if only on an anecdotal basis, and so do I. According to Mr. Bamber, there has been no assessment or modelling by the applicants of the potential for induced traffic. If this is right, then this is a major flaw in the developer's case. At paragraph 3.37 of his proof of evidence, Mr. Bamber states, "The evidence I have presented makes it almost inconceivable that the original forecast of sustainable mode share could be achieved, and the most likely outcome, despite all of the proposed and possible measures to encourage sustainable travel, would be traffic flows on the Ruinsbarn Road, Woodstock Road corridor, several hundred vehicles per hour higher than originally predicted." If this is right, then the implications for the Hawkshill Rat Run and the surrounding lanes are potentially devastating. Mr. Bamber also deals briefly with rat running in section 7 of his proof. In his view, the applicant provides no helpful information that allows an understanding of the increases in delays on the Ruinsbarn Lane Woodstock Road corridor resulting from the combined site. The summary model outputs indicate very substantial increases in traffic levels along the Ruinsbarn Road Woodstock Road corridor, but do not suggest that any alternative routes may be used by drivers rather than face the long delays. Once again, Mr. Bamber asserts that the developer has not assessed the potential adverse effects of its plans in relation to rat running along these roads and the A2 at Tenham, and in his view, the proposal in this respect are contrary to provisions of the NPPF. Excuse me. The applicant's highways experts, Charles and Associates, produced a technical note, CD 34.12.1 in March, in response to concerns expressed by KCC that the applicant had not provided sufficient detail to allow full consideration of the impact of the southern scheme on the rural lanes and the adjacent villages. This document presents forecast traffic flows at the morning and evening peaks. And to summarise what they say, the increase is forecast for the combined Hawkshill Lane-Bexon Lane part of their analysis are massive, plus 95% in the AM peak hour and plus 67% in the PM peak hour. These increases are unacceptable. The number of vehicles forecast in the AM peak hour in 2038, if the development proceeds, is 558. There can be no doubt that the development will encourage increased rat running. As for induced traffic, the technical note concedes that there is a risk, in my view a certainty. The note says, it is accepted by both the applicant and KCC that a retained risk in these areas is a potential for some extraneous non-development, and there's a missing word, traffic presumably, to be encouraged to use some local lanes south of the M2 to access the motorway via the new junction. For example, KCC indicated the risk for traffic to reassign to and thereafter from Hollingbourne Hill, Swanton Street to other less suitable routes, for example, Bexon Lane, Bashford Bar Lane, etc. Whilst this is a cumulative impact of the proposals, the perceived potential source of impact is not development traffic, rather it is traffic potentially reassigning to take advantage of the new M25A. As far as I'm aware, the applicant has made no real attempt to assess this risk properly. The technical note suggests monitoring of traffic before and after construction of the Southern Relief Road and Junction 5A. This approach would simply result in a fait accompli and the worst outcome for the traffic on the rat runs. There is no practical solution to this problem if the development proceeds. This is embarrassingly clear from the suggested constraints on access to Junction 5A set out in section 5.4 of the technical note. They would plainly not deter access to the new junction. KCC responded to the technical note in the form of a proof of evidence by Alan Millard, Principal Transport and Development Planner, CD 39.3.1. He accepts the suggested monitor and manage approach. He apparently accepts that the suggested constraints set out in the technical note would work. He also accepts that measures could be put in place after outline consent has been granted in the following terms: the opportunity to influence route choices, and this may provide mitigation if needed. In particular, reserved matter applications could design internal routes within the development to discourage through traffic by including constraint and inconvenience, and I've added emphasis to this in my written statement, or closing links to the lanes of concern. With all due respect to Mr. Mullard and his undoubted expertise, I draw little or no comfort from his evidence. A monitor and manage approach is not at all reassuring in the absence of concrete proposals. The only constraints actually proposed are those suggested in the technical note. Those constraints would not deter anyone if there was congestion elsewhere in the road system, or if drivers simply wanted to get onto the M2 quickly, for examples. As for other measures which Mullard suggests could be put in place after outline consent, they consist of constraint of internal routes within the development and, incredibly, closing links to the lanes of concern. Let's not forget that the induced traffic, increased rat running and possible constraint in the form of closing links to lanes would be occurring in a national landscape, together with the construction of a motorway junction and a new junction at the northern end of Hawkshill Lane. I just want to say something briefly about other harms. Other harms have been dealt with by others. They are listed briefly but not completely in paragraph 8 of the statement, which I skipped over earlier. I would like to mention just a few more personal concerns. My wife and I are keen walkers, and the loss of countryside and paths that the development brings would be a particular loss for us. The construction of a motorway junction so close to our house would significantly affect the quality of our lives. I've talked about the traffic. There would also be light and noise pollution, presumably poorer air quality, and degrading of the national landscape. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thwaites. Thank you. Right, we've got Councillor Stephen. Right, get yourself some water.
You've got a copy?
Yeah. There's some water there if you want it.
Yeah, that's lovely.
All right. So if you'd like to introduce yourself, please, and then tell me what you'd like to say. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm actually Councillor Sarah Stephen, a Swale Borough Councillor, and a ward member for Woodstock Ward. I'm really speaking mainly in the capacity of being a resident on this subject, and it follows on from the previous speaker. So I'm actually going to talk about the Woodstock Ruins Barn Road corridor, because I think sometimes you've got the bigger picture, it's an outline application, but let's take it down to detail for what it could potentially do to the local residents. So that's what I'll be talking about. Let me start. I've said some of that already. It is proposed that they are going to make a main access route known as the Woodstock Ruins Barn Corridor to be used for combined sites of the proposed Highsted villages, which is going to be dramatically impacted. So Ruins Barn Road will be dramatically impacted. I've been a resident in the villages of South Sittingbourne since 1984, firstly in Highsted Valley and then for the past 29 years in Tunstall. The most overarching change I have witnessed over the years is the massive increase in traffic in these areas. This is particularly noticeable in Woodstock Ruins Barn Road corridor and its feeder roads, especially Bell Road, Gorecourt Road, Park Road, Ufton Lane, Homewood Avenue, Adelaide Drive and Tunstall Road, to name but a few. So I've given you copies of the actual corridor on the map. Oh, okay. There's 3 pages and you can see how long it is. Currently at peak times, the traffic using Ruins Barn Road is mainly to access and leave the Science Park and is constant. And these you should have those in there as well. Yeah. All right, and that shows you the length of the corridor and what I'm going to be talking about.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Yes, leave and the Kent Science Park, and is constant and relentless. Cars, vans, HGVs and large agriculture vehicles using a narrow country road and often travelling well over the speed limit, and the larger vehicles often getting stuck if they need to pass each other. I have observed that year on year the speed and volume of the traffic has increased, especially the HGV and large agricultural vehicles using not only the corridor but the other roads as well that I've already mentioned, resulting in an increase in noise and air pollution for the residents. The proposed development near Ruins Barn Road, known as the combined site, will add traffic from 2,850 houses and more industrial units on the Science Park, and added traffic from a proposed new household waste centre situated off Broad Oak Road that will increase traffic exponentially to this already oversubscribed country lane to gain access to Sittingbourne Town Centre and other routes. Even the developers show a significant increase in traffic in the corridor and surrounding roads. This will be the only direct main route into the town, as the alternative Highsted Road has been designated as bus-only route, so several outlying villages and hamlets will have to use the corridor also. I'm going to be quoting Bruce Bamber as well and their core documents, CD 43 4.2 and CD 43 4.1. The quotes all come from there and I've referenced in my details to you.
Okay, that's fine, thank you.
So, to quote Bruce Bamber's analysis on transport matters, originally the total flow from the combined site on Woodstock Ruins Barn Road corridor was estimated at 2,139 vehicles two-way at PM peak. This represented one vehicle passing every 1.7 seconds. For a major and very busy A road, a flow such as that is not unusual, but for a residential distributed road with parked vehicles and frontage access, such flows could not possibly be accommodated. He goes on to say in another passage, the flow is higher than predicted on the dual carriageway section of the Sittingbourne Southern Relief Road, south of the Kent Science Park. And also, he says, in the extremely unlikely event that the site could achieve levels of sustainable travel similar to that of Cambridge flows on Woodstock Road, could be in the region of 100 vehicles higher than the original predictions. So I've shared a picture there of Ruinsbarn Road with its parking, because that's what happens on Ruinsbarn Road. The majority of the residents in Ruinsbarn Road use the on-street parking. And to access the town centre and other routes, they currently have to perform dangerous three-point turns, which become very dangerous at peak times. Some residents do not have driveways and few have garages.
Do have driveways.
I'm going on to that in a second. Yeah, very dangerous at peak times. Some residents do have driveways and a few have garages which are accessed by an unmade track right of way at the back of the houses. But historically, these are rarely used because they have to be accessed from very long gardens or on foot via the right-of-way, which is unlit, as is the gardens at night time. So most consider this as unsafe and unpractical. Many houses have no parking spaces within their property as they choose for on-street parking. So you can see the vehicles parked in that picture there. That was on a Saturday afternoon, yep. Sunday afternoon.
I have walked along there actually.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Okay. There's pictures also here of the unmade right-of-way at the rear of the houses, and as you can see, it's more countryside than it is actually being used for any sort of parking.
Okay.
To mitigate the inevitable increase in traffic volume, the applicant has proposed a dedicated cycle route for the corridor on the west side of Ruinsbarn Road and Woodstocks Road, reducing road width and pavement widths and removing vital, well-established hedgerows and trees, which are essential for the residents by reducing polluting CO2 levels and have been there for as long as I can remember. There is a proposed very large reduction in on-street parking available to residents to facilitate the cycle route. So looking at Ruinsbarn Road, I did my own research, and that was literally a few days ago on the 12th of May. So it is as updated as you can get. I have split the road in two as the rear access track runs between numbers 30 and 31. So it's just an easy way to describe the road. The houses up to 30 have relatively small frontages, so having to drive is limited, but as you progress up the road, the frontages become much greater and is easier to have a front drive, which you can see. There's more drives on that other half. There are 63 houses all on the east side of the road. Currently, one small lay-by for 3 cars from numbers 1A to 1C. Then there are 6 driveways between numbers 1 and 30, of which one is a single driveway and 5 double driveways. There's also one disabled bay. This is where no parking spaces have been allocated on the plans. 24 houses do not have drives. From numbers 31 to 60, there is one single driveway and 19 double driveways and on-street parking, which is used as well. This is part of the road where they have allocated 10 parking spaces. Only 9 houses on that end of the road, only 9 houses don't have drives. This gives us a total of 26 driveways currently for house numbers 1 to 60. The houses are 3 to 4 bedroom and I suggest there is an average of 2 cars per house, but many, and I've witnessed it, have 4 or more due to more than 2 adults living in the household. There's a lot with teenage children or young adults. Mm-hmm. I suggest this makes a basic requirement using 2 cars per house equates to, so I just took that as an average, to 126 parking spaces needed, and the plan for the cycle route allocates only 10 for the full length of the road. So less the 50 driveway spaces, leaving 66 spaces still required. So where are the other 66 cars or more going to park? How will residents with no parking access their properties and carry out normal daily tasks, shopping, commuting to work, school runs, and all that you take for granted parking outside your property? How will elderly residents and those with mobility issues cope, as well as families with young children and infants go about their normal daily business if they do not have any access to on-street parking? There have been no alternative options proposed, especially for the houses numbers 1 to 30, as as Woodstock Road will be subject to parking restrictions also. I'm going to quote Bruce Bamber again. The impact on the corridor will include significant community severance, as it will become extremely difficult to cross the road for long periods during the day. The applicant's assessment of the severance impact for Woodstock Road is slight, so no mitigation measures were proposed. He goes on to say, this clearly appears that there has been... I've read my own notes wrong there. So this clearly appears that this has not been thought through or considered by the applicant or KCC Highways. And I quote from their statement of common ground with the applicants dated the 8th of March 2025, page 13, travel links in South Sittingbourne. By adopting CD 34.12.2, constrained active travel approach, the impact on other feeder roads will be appropriately mitigated, and that the residual reassignment of traffic will not create new or an unacceptably severe impact. I don't know, with no parking, I don't know what they mean. They say it's not severe. Currently in the evenings and at weekends, there are no on-street parking spaces available much of the time. The allocated spaces on the plan are from numbers 31 to 60. There is no parking allocation for the houses 1 to 30, and the residents have had to park in Ruins Barn, in the past have had to park in Woodstock or Cromer's Road if you can't get a space in Ruins Barn. The 10-space allocation also doesn't take into account visitor parking, emergency vehicles, delivery drivers, or take into account the Forston sports field opposite the houses, where their visitors for football matches and training clubs and athletic clubs park in Ruins Barn due to the lack of spaces in the field. And also they park on the grass bank adjacent to the hedges, which will be lost to create this cycle path. The hedgerows and trees will be lost. To add to my concerns about the huge reduction in parking for residents is that there are 7 houses between numbers 1 and 30 that are social housing. So is the applicant assuming that the Borough Council or Housing Association will put driveways in for them? One of them is a house having the disabled bay on street. The proposals for the cycle path so I'm going on to Woodstock Road now, and you can see 2 pictures I've taken at school drop pick-up times at about 3 in the afternoon, and that's one showing it going north, and you can see it's quite congested, but the second picture shows the actual near the junction, the proposed junction. It's going to have traffic lights, and you can see traffic and care home, and it is congested, and that's the norm. The proposals for the cycle path in Woodstock Road are equally as worrying. The loss of footpath on the west side will mean the families walking to Tunstall School will have to cross at busy Cromer's Crossroad corner, which I've just described, over a busy road and a cycle path to gain access to the footpath in Tunstall Road to access the school. The school is currently at full capacity, so parents are having to park on both sides of Woodstock Road and walk the remaining distance to the school, because the school's car park is oversubscribed and Tunstall Road and the other adjoining roads are extremely congested at picking up and dropping off times. This can only be compounded by possible removal of on-street parking in Woodstock Road. Both footpaths are currently well used, so losing one side would mean that residents at the west side and Blandford Gardens will also have to cross the busy road and the cycle path if they wish to walk or gain access to the remaining path on the east side. Bruce Bamber comments, if the facility is expected to be for exclusive use of cyclists, it will lead to significant problems for pedestrians walking to and from premises adjacent to the facility and those whose journey currently follows the western side of Woodstock Road, who would be forced to cross the road largely in absence of crossing facilities and extremely high levels of traffic flow along the corridor. Vehicles turning out from park drives will emerge directly into the cycle route with no visibility display. This is an extremely dangerous situation, made worse if drivers have to reverse out. So likewise, anyone visiting anyone visiting King George V Recreation Ground or want to access the care home will need to do the same. putting vulnerable elderly residents and families at unnecessary risk, in my view, and because Woodstock is a long straight road where speeding is commonplace, and with predicted increase in traffic, something as simple as accessing a pavement could become extremely dangerous. And being a resident, I've witnessed cars doing 60, 70 miles along there. Really fast cars. It's very dangerous because I walk a lot. Bruce Bamber concludes, I conclude that the proposed cycle facility is at best a very low standard and at worst entirely unacceptable for a highway safety perspective. Safety concerns are increased because of high numbers of vulnerable highway users associated with the schools and recreation facilities in the vicinity. The applicant has failed to acknowledge the significant hill that would be needed negotiated by cyclists travelling from Sittingbourne to Highsted. I believe that's 75 metres higher than the town. I do not consider that the proposed cycle facility will make any significant contribution towards increasing cycle mode share. I conclude my evidence by saying how sad I feel that so much disruption and destruction will be caused by the proposal. The environmental damage will be devastating to the community by increasing our air and noise pollution due to unacceptable levels of traffic, all for a proposal that is highly unlikely to make any improvements in achieving sustainable travel.
Okay, thank you very much indeed, Councillor Stephen. Thank you. Right. Can we have Mr. Clark now, please? Right, Mr. Clark, if you'd like to make yourself comfortable and then introduce yourself to the inquiry. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So I'm Brian Clark and I'm objecting to both the applications.
Thank you.
I just a couple of points. I've put lots of references in my written statement, which I'm not going to repeat all the numbers.
No,
and
that's
things.
fine. That's great. Thank you.
And also, some people have got some duplication, so I may well skip a few sentences or endorse what I've said with where they've done more points than I have.
Okay, that's fine, thank you.
So I'd like to begin by just briefly introducing myself and then outlining the reasons for my objection to these planning applications and highlighting the material considerations that underpin those concerns. It's my personal statement, but it's endorsed by Bredgar Parish Council and incorporating many views that have been expressed to me by Bredgar parishioners.
Are you a parish councillor?
Yes, I have served as a councillor on Bredgar Parish Council since 2012 and have held the role of chairman for the past 6 years. Both personally and in that official capacity, I have worked to maintain and enhance the local environment and have actively engaged in the Swale local plan process, contributing many hours to consultations and information gathering efforts. I also represent Bredgar Parish Council, one of two councillors who represent the parish council with 5 parishes group.
So you're speaking as a parish councillor?
I'm speaking as
personally.
I'm speaking personally, but I have the backing of the parish council.
Okay, thank you very much.
And also, I believe the many people in the village. I've lived most of my life in or on the edge of the borough of Swale. My early childhood years were in Faversham. My wife and I brought up our own family in Upchurch, and we have now lived in Bredgar for over 20 years. I'll add something here. We live on the west side of Bredgar in Silver Street, so I'm actually on the not near where the junction is, and I think that is relevant because I hear from a lot of the other parishioners about that.
Okay, thank you.
That is, Swale is an area of outstanding rural and landscape character, comprising the dip slope of the Kent Downs National Landscape, its dried chalk valleys, rich fruit growing belt and the estuarine marshes. I care deeply about the borough's character, its maintenance and future. It is my home and I have long-standing family roots here. That is why I feel compelled to speak out against these applications. The west of Tenham development is located in the Swale Northern Fruit Belt within the important countryside gaps between Sittingbourne, Bacchild and Tenham. A few years ago I attended an open farms event held by GH Dean in Tong. This included a guided tour of the cherry orchards and was led by a very knowledgeable agricultural engineer. He told us that this region, known for its highest grade agricultural land, has been historically farmed as orchards since the 16th century. Known for its when Henry VIII established cherry orchards in Tenham. The area's fertile soil and proximity to the estuary provide an ideal environment for growing England's finest cherries, free from the need for polytunnels, ensuring their superior quality and taste. And the farming practices there are conducted by a scientifically skilled workforce whose activities have shaped the rural character of the Swale Borough. The current agricultural use of this land maximises value for Swale and the country. Both the applications will lead to the loss of the best and most versatile agricultural land, affecting areas beyond the proposed site boundaries. This could render additional land economically unviable for agriculture, weakening the Swale rural economy. And others, Julie Davis and Carol Gotham, have gone on in a lot more detail than I did there, and I endorse what they said. Countryside gaps between settlements are vital to preserving the character and distinctiveness of Swale's villages. The scale and form of the proposed developments will eradicate these vital green buffers, fundamentally altering the rural character of the area. In the north, the transition from soft organic orchard landscapes to hard-edge urban housing developments with housing of 13.5 metres and higher relocated farm buildings will dramatically affect local views and landscape quality. In the south, the incursion of 16.5 metre high commercial buildings into the setting of the Kent Downs National Landscape introduces a harsh and inappropriate edge to this protected area. Both applications include elevated and intrusive new road infrastructure, further compounding the visual and environmental damage. The proposals cause significant harm to the settings of heritage assets in the area. The applicants' reports have underestimated these impacts, in my view. For instance, there will be substantial harm to the settings of Frognall Farmhouse and Barn and that of Grade 2 star listed Bexon Court. I and other residents of Bredgar walk regularly in the area of the proposed new junction past Bexon Court and have seen much wildlife in evidence. I'm concerned that the environmental statements and supporting studies provided by the applicant don't appear to cover south of the M2 in sufficient depth. Without more detailed studies, how can we know that their environmental statement is compliant with regulations on many counts, including ecology and air quality? Under the National Planning Policy Framework, any development that affects the national landscapes must actively seek to further the objective of conserving and enhancing their natural beauty. Importantly, this duty also extends to activities or decisions taken outside the designated boundary, where these have an effect on the land within the protected landscape, commonly referred to as the setting of the national landscape. The construction of the Sittingbourne Southern Relief Road and a new M2 junction to facilitate the 8,400 houses and expanded Kent Science Park, far from benefiting the national landscape in its setting, will generate significant harm far beyond the physical infrastructure itself. So I have some duplication with Stephen Thwaites here, but I think I add some different points, so we'll carry on.
Okay.
Consider the additional vehicle movements these new developments will generate. According to the Office for National Statistics data, 8,400 southeast households will each average 2.4 occupants, 1.38 vehicles and 1.5 car journeys per person per day on average. That equates to several tens of thousands of additional car journeys brought into the area by the housing alone. And to that must be added all the new commercial traffic that will come from it, plus the induced demand traffic from west of Faversham, from Eurolink Industrial Estate and from housing on the east of Sittingbourne. That is the true scale of the traffic increase likely to result. Just a small percentage of that increase using the rural lanes will significantly harm their character and disrupt their other uses. For example, becoming unsafe for walkers, for joggers, for cyclists and for equestrian use, breaking essential links between footpaths. This harm extending through all the rural villages, including the conservation areas and the Kent Downs National Landscape. The applicant has acknowledged this harmful impact to the south of M2 in their technical note that Stephen Thwaites pointed out, so I won't go quite so much on that. The key points being that in Bexon, in Hawks Hill, there was a 95% increase in the AM, and that equates to about 558 vehicles per hour in that period. That is a massive number of vehicles using these narrow lanes, which are not wide enough for two vehicles to pass each other. In their note, there are debatable mitigation solutions to discourage the use of the rural lanes by, in fact, diverting the traffic through the new villages. But there is no recommendation of a solution. So that, as was reported earlier, there is just a proposal to monitor, intervene if necessary, with unclear triggers for mitigation later. And I reject that approach. What that actually means is that local residents will end up with the problem. Imagine the situation. It's easy to foresee. The applicants will have secured their return and gone, whilst the builders and the responsible authorities will all claim they are unable to fund solving the issues. So the local residents will be left to endure the harm and disruption and damage to the quality of their lives. Furthermore, imagine the impact there will be on these rural lanes when there are roadworks or accidents backing up traffic on the M2, A249 or M20. The noise and pollution of cars and HGVs running between Bredgar and Hollingbourne through Swanton Street to avoid the delays, causing untold harm to the environment and misery for all the local residents. Problems with HGVs passing through our village are already with us. I attach as an addendum Bredgar Parish Council's Highways Improvement Plan from July 23, where the priority one problem is large lorries damaging the church wall in Bredgar Conservation Area at the junction of Bexon Lane and the street. Directly resulting from this, new signs have and are being erected, one at the end of Broad Oak Road directing HGVs to turn right away from Bredgar into Ruins Barn Road, and two in Bredgar alerting that turns into Bexon Lane are unsuitable for HGVs. On the opposite side of the Downs, I have seen Hollingbourne Parish Council's Highways Improvement Plan, and by coincidence, their priority one item is for additional unsuitable for HGV signs on the A20 and on the top of the Downs at the Hollingbourne Hill and Ringleston Road crossroads. So it's clearly a problem that will only get worse with these applications. It's clear the design and cost of mitigation to protect the rural lanes must be established before these applications can be approved. Integral in the viability assessment with the necessary funding set aside and ring-fenced in Section 106 agreements. The solution delivered with full engagement of all local residents so they can sign up to the solution. In the applicant's Highsted Park Economic Opportunity Statement final report, it is stated that 33.18 hectares of land is proposed for employment, formerly B-class, uses within the southern application area. Further detail explains that industrial and warehousing spaces are merged into one category in that land, called industrial warehousing, because production and distribution activities can generally operate in the same type of buildings. And subject to size limitation, space can be transferred between production and distribution without planning permission. Given the proposed commercial land's immediate proximity to the new junction on the M2, I think it is reasonable to infer that the predominant use of this space will be for warehousing and distribution rather than industrial manufacturing. This represents a significant misuse of high-quality agricultural land. It is well understood that distribution centres typically operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and are characterised by extensive high-intensity floodlighting and continuous vehicle movements. Such development will effectively eliminate the rural setting of the national landscape, contrary to the statutory purpose of conserving and enhancing its natural beauty. Imagine the abrupt landscape change of the large commercial vehicles and the all-night lighting and the noise and pollution of 24/7 HGV movements, their headlights beaming out as they cross out over the new raised-up junction, harming the dark skies and tranquility of the national landscape. The applicant has placed sports facilities on the land at the western and southern corner of their proposed site, nearest to the national landscape, presumably this being seen to be greener land and less harmful to the setting of the national landscape. In daylight, this may be the case, but such areas are frequently, and as Maurice Dunk pointed out, all-purpose surfaces with flood lighting to allow extended use. The area seems to be the designated location for a new stadium for Sittingbourne Football Club. This would certainly be floodlit and often noisy. Imagine this placement of the football stadium, sports facilities, all joining with the expansion of Kent Science Park, filling the setting of the national landscape, glowing brightly and spilling a high level of light pollution out over the whole area. Bredgar, on the opposite side of the lowered M2, is a village without street lights and currently minimal nearby lighting in its surrounding setting. In fact, there is one street light in the village, which is for the safety of the traffic calmed area right in the middle. This lack of lighting is an essential valued feature of our village in the national landscape, and it contributes to the dark skies that are enjoyed here. The national landscape dark skies will be significantly harmed by the increased lighting from the development. I have 3 grandsons of 5 and under, and I want them to have the opportunity to live and work and cherish Swale as I have done. So I accept the government's targets for housing and commercial land in Swale, now that they have actually finally been decided, I think, for this Parliament anyway, and the need to build in Swale. But the solution must be decided by the democratically elected Borough Council through the local plan process, with the proper engagement with local residents that provides, and in a way that respects and preserves the character of the borough. Many times I've asked you to imagine the impacts of these applications. Well, if these applications are approved, they will become our reality. These 2 planning applications will cause significant harm to the dark skies, the rural lanes, the landscape, the ecology and the heritage of the whole area, and most importantly, an unacceptable level of harm to our highly valued Kent Downs national landscape. A national landscape that belongs to everyone, and that affords the highest level of protection under the NPPF. In conclusion, the harm and losses caused by these speculative applications far outweigh any potential benefits. They are not required to meet the borough's housing or commercial targets. The applications are not compliant with national and local planning policies. I therefore respectfully urge the planning inspector to advise the Secretary of State to refuse these applications. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Clark, thank you very much. Should we just have one more? We'll just have one more, I think, and then we'll have a break. Okay. So we're going to hear from Mr. Stephen next. Thank you. Right, Mr. Stephen, if you'd like to make yourself comfortable, and then got your written statement, so you tell me what you'd like to say. Introduce yourself first, please.
I'm actually Councillor Paul Stephen.
Oh, are you? Right,
yes,
good,
and,
thank you.
My ward is Woodstock Ward.
Oh, just hang on a minute. Sorry, you're going to have to repeat that. Your ward is?
It's Woodstock Ward.
Oh, yes.
And
Thank you.
I'm here as a resident of Ruins Barn Road.
Okay.
And I will be talking on hedgerows. but I have one concern that I wish to state before I start on this, and that is I'm concerned that there are 157 superseded documents for the application of Highsted South. This makes commenting on this application very difficult, as changes made at this late stage would suggest the original application was not suitable, despite the efforts of planning officers to resolve these issues prior to the application being submitted. It should not have been up to the hearing to highlight 157 documents changes. How many more should we expect?
That's a rhetorical question.
It is, yes. I would never have expected an answer to that one.
No. Thank you.
I'll go on to hedgerows. Vital features in the landscape, hedges are more than essential refuge for wildlife. Small but mighty, they also clean our air, capture carbon, reduce flooding, and give clues to historic land management. And I've been onto the gov.uk website to get some information regarding hedgerows. And first of all, UK enshrines new target in law to slash emissions by 78% by 2035. That might have changed by now to 2050, I don't know, but 2035 sounds better. And they give guidance to hedgerow protection, and stating obviously that if the hedgerows are removed, then you could get an unlimited fine if you break these rules. I'm not saying that the applicants would be doing this. I'm just stating that if anyone should do that. But checking regarding hedgerow protection, a countryside hedgerow is a boundary line of bushes which can include trees. A hedgerow is protected, meaning you cannot remove it if it meets the following criteria, which include length, location and importance. I won't go through them all, but the ones that relate to this application would be the land used for breeding or keeping horses and ponies or donkeys, land around a village green, or a local nature reserve. I didn't do the length, did I? Yeah. A length is protected if it is more than 20 metres long with gaps of 20 metres or less in its length, or less than 20 metres long but meets another hedge at each end. And we have many of those. Hedgerow, the importance of hedgerows, and it's protected if it is at least 30 years old and meets at least one of these criteria. Marks all or part of a parish boundary that existed before 1850. Contains protected species listed in the Wildlife Countryside Act of 1981. Contains species that are endangered, vulnerable, rare and identified in the British Red Data books. And it includes woody species, associated features as specified in Schedule 1, Part 2 Criteria Approach, Paragraph 7.1 of the hedgerow regulations. The number of woody species needed to meet the criteria is one less than northern countries. And according to the Woodland Trust, a hedgerow includes both hedge and features such as banks, trees, walls, fences and gates. It may be ancient or newly planted with a single species or many, and everything in between. It's estimated that 40% of UK hedges, that's 95,000 miles, are ancient or species rich. Often planted as a boundary lines around areas of farm, fields or gardens, hedges are much more than useful dividers, culturally, historically important. They are teeming with life, provide landscape, connectivity and make an immense contribution to halting biodiversity decline and tackling climate change. The key features are hedges are an important wildlife habitat in their own, as the most widespread semi-natural habitat in the UK, They support a large diversity of flora and fauna. They make a great shelter for their flowers, berries, nuts, and a vital food source for invertebrates, birds and mammals. Hedges with full-sized trees are even better for wildlife. There are 130 biodiversity action plan species closely associated with hedges, including lichens, fungi, reptiles, and many more of them use them for food and shelter during some of their life cycle. Bank vole, harvest, mouse and hedgehogs all nest and feed in hedgerows alongside birds including blue tit, yellow hammer, white throat, while bats use them as a commuter routes for foraging and roosting. As well as providing food and shelter, hedgerows help species to move through our landscapes from one habitat patch to another. These.
Do you think you could perhaps, I mean, I understand it's quite repetitive, and I've obviously will read it in detail.
Okay.
But could you, perhaps you'd like to comment on the effect of the proposed scheme on hedgerows and how you feel that would be
Okay, yeah, I can go down to
instrumental.
Right. The current CO2 equivalent emission rates, averaging 6.6 tonnes per person per year, are well over twice the estimated rate of 2.3 tonnes required to stay within the 2030 Paris Agreement increase of 1.5%. Annual capita emissions in the industrialised countries are typically as much as 10 times the average developing countries. Now, this equates, and I'm stating here from the number of properties that are being wanting to be built, equates to, I've got here 8,100 houses at approximately 3 people per house. That equals 24,300 people times 66 tonnes, which 6.6 tonnes per person per year. And that equals 160,380 tonnes per year. That's quite a lot, especially for a small area on a large complex that's been applied for. I've estimated using Google Earth that 7 miles of hedgerow will be removed, and that is 122 hedgerows as suggested by the applicant. Where will these extra carbon emissions go? It will not be stored in hedgerows, woodlands or grasslands, as a vast amount of these areas have been destroyed by developments in rural areas. This is certainly not a benefit to people of Sittingbourne and surrounding villages. DEFRA aims to create or restore 30,000 miles of hedgerow by 2037 and 45 miles by 45,000 miles, by 2050. However, the Climate Change Committee recommends that the National Hedgerow Network should increase by 40% by 2050, while Natural England long-term aspirations is 60% increase in hedgerows, extent to support thriving plants and wildlife. Dr. Lisa Norton of the EKCHE agroecologist who led the hedgerows study says there are signs of agri-environment schemes are having a positive effect on condition of England's hedgerows. However, efforts to meet national targets for lengths of managed hedgerows are falling short to meet national targets. We urgently need to increase participation in these schemes among farmers and landowners through better incentives and advice so that they can rejuvenate our networks of hedgerows. And I've got a couple of photographs here of the hedgerows in Ruins Barn Road. I took the photographs because I want to see what they're like, remind me what they're like when they disappear. and that goes all the way along both sides as you go up towards the science park.
Okay.
So, very quickly, the development in the countryside, this is from the Swale Borough Planning Report. The proposed development is located outside the settlement boundary, resulting in its scale, amount and disposition in the encroachment of buildings and infrastructure into the countryside, and would result in the loss of best and most versatile agricultural land on a site that is not allocated for development, and harm to the rural economy. I won't go through the rest of that because there's other bits that I would like to go through.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I've provided some photographs here of Ruins Barn Road going up to Broad Oak Road. Both sides have hedgerows and trees. Both sides will be destroyed when if the application goes through. The next one shows trees along Broad Oak Road from the field next to Ruins Barn Road. They will all disappear. And same with the footpath that runs from Ruins Barn Road to Broad Oak Road. That will disappear along with the trees in the background. And we have a footpath opposite number 60 Ruins Barn Road. And when you step into that field, you can see a tree line or hedgerow line in the distance. That will disappear along with the trees and at the croft on the left-hand side. So I'm saying that the hedgerows are important. They're a lifeline. They save our health. They help save our health, and removing them will make things far worse. And just to go on to the chalk pits at Highsted Road, and one of the previous speakers mentioned about the flooding in there. I actually witnessed the flooding there, and a photo here shows the middle chalk pit of the 3 pits is currently utilised by Highsted Outdoor Activity Centre, run by Challenger Troop. It is also used by a gun club that has been there for over 40 years. The Challenger Troop provide training and discipline for young children with development needs, and is used by schools in Kent to help with needs of children with learning difficulties. Challenger Troop's programmes are built upon a foundation of core values and standards inspired by the British Army. There is a severe problem with flooding in the chalk pits on either side of Cromer's Road, to the extent that they had to dam up the tunnel links between the chalk pits of Cromer's Road to prevent further flooding. As a ward councillor, I was called upon by Challenger Group to help resolve the problem on the 23rd of July 2021, not that long ago, 2021. I witnessed major flooding that resulted in a lake forming in the lower areas within the chalk pit. This did not drain for several months. And I must admit, when I saw it, it was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. None of the banks were trodden down. You can see Mum, you can see that. And the trees in the background. The lake was absolutely brilliant. Oh, right. It was utilised for a while for training the children there to build rafts and supervision and everything else, but it soon went.
So that's in the middle one, is it?
That's the
The one on the right. Yeah.
That's it.
I'm just
Yes.
wondering which of the 3 chalk pits it was.
No, sorry. It's number 2 or B, as I think they called it on the application.
One on the right-hand side of Cromer Road as you're going up Cromer Road towards Ruins Barn.
Yes, the one on the right. The one on the left is my back garden.
Oh, right.
So that's where it goes into. But that's the one that has the more severe flooding, hence the reason they had to put a dam up between the 2 to prevent further. But it didn't prevent everything, because they acquired this lake, and also for the first time ever, where they've got their containers, they had 2 feet of water for the first time ever. Yeah. Normally the access water drains away quite quickly, but on this occasion the groundwater flooded the higher ground for the first time, where the containers used by Challenger Troop were submitted. Water tables in this area vary with climate and are unpredictable. Thank you.
Oh, Right, well, thank you very much indeed, Councillor Stevens. Thank you for the photographs. Thank you. Right, we're going to have a lunch break now. We do usually have an hour, so we will adjourn till 2:25 if you could be ready to start again then. Thank you very much. To resume. So we'll carry on with our hearing local people. And next on my list is Mr. Hills. If you'd like to come and sit here, please. I should, yes. Most people seem to need it. What's this? I think I've got it.
Because I've added your.
Oh. Oh, okay. I just only need one. Thank you very much.
And also for the
has it got something attached to it, or?
There are some references.
Right, I see. Okay.
So perhaps the council would like.
Okay. Anybody like a copy? No. Okay. Well, I'll leave them there then. No, that's fine. Okay. Right, Mr. Hills. There's one there. Right, Mr. Hills, if you'd like to just introduce yourself to the inquiry, please, and then tell me what you'd like to say. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name's Graham Hills. I'm a resident of Sittingbourne, together with my wife Adrienne. We live just about 100 yards from here, so we're a townie, you might say. Also, our children and grandchildren live within the town.
Okay. Thank you.
I object to this application for the threat it poses to the future water security of our town and the surrounding area. My submission comprises a paper and supporting notes, which I have sent to the inquiry. I must say that I was interested in this whole water aspect by the applicant's own 2017 survey report, the geologist's survey report, which suggested that the aquifer might be a potential source of being contaminated by this development. Okay. I think they're referred to as leachable pollutants entering the groundwater. So my background is the health service, so I know a little bit about risk. So I thought I'd embark on a sort of review of the literature and see what comes of that. It's mainly from a lay perspective because I'm not a geologist, but I did seek the help of the British Geological Survey and Southern Water. And Jack Bricknell, the hydrologist at the BGS, very kindly pointed me in the right direction with regard to dry valleys and their special hydrological qualities and also the geology of that area. Okay. So it's not entirely from a lay perspective from that point of view. I must say I was quite pleased that the main reference, Louise Morris, that I'd found, he supported as the latest scientific knowledge was current as far as I was concerned. In my papers, I reference the geology of the Highsted Valley and its link with our town. I got sort of wax a bit lyrical, really, over the valley and its geology, because even though it's referred to as a dry valley, it's anything but a dry valley. And Sittingbourne, of course, takes its name from the springs and the tributaries that emanate from the chalk aquifer of the North Downs, one important conduit of which must have been down through the this so-called dry valley of Highsted Valley. So one of the things I sort of came across right at the start was, and I suppose I was sort of aware of this from what happened in '89 when we all ran out of water, and it really concerns the fact that Sittingbourne and the Swale area generally, and it includes Sheppey as well, is totally reliant on borehole-fed groundwater, and they're from the boreholes are from two sources. One from the Highsted Valley. We've got the Highsted Water Supply Works, which I actually have a picture of on my frontispiece of my objections, and from the Eastling Water Supply Works, which is in the other dry valley to the east of us here in Sittingbourne, which I've always referred to as the Doddington Valley and the Newnham Valley. It's within the Feversham catchment. So, if either one of those two potential sources of groundwater were to fail, in fact, even if one was to fail, it would be catastrophic for our town, and in particular, because I probably won't be around, but certainly for my children and grandchildren, it would be a catastrophe. I then go on to refer to the work of it's a seminal work really, which is Adams and others. He was from the BGS, but it was a multi-agency, all specialist hydrologists back in 2008 on the quality of the components of the North Downs, the aquifer of the North Downs. It's well worth a read, and it certainly got me into geology. The valley itself is considered to be vulnerable to groundwater pollution, and I do enclose some maps of that. So it's well mapped, in fact. But in particular, there's along the slopes of the valley, where you travel down from the motorway, is considered particularly vulnerable due to the permeability of the soils, particularly below those. This is why I've changed things slightly, because I heard this morning about Bexon Lane and the commercial property and what have you, because it seems that end of the site, the southern end, is going to be largely dealt with, the surface water runoffs, by the slopes. Perhaps I'm wrong, but I couldn't see too many boreholes butting onto the motorway there. And of course, around the so-called borehole abstraction point, we have this.
I'm sorry, I'm just not keeping up with where you're reading from now.
No, sorry, I went off piste a little bit there. I'm awfully sorry, but it's basically the same thing. The first. When I said about the groundwater vulnerability, I just went a little bit off piece, and I apologise for that. I then come back on piece and go off a little bit again in relation to around the borehole extraction point. Oh, you'll know all this because I don't want to bore you all with that. But of course, it's central to everything really. Around the borehole extraction location, the level of the level of risk is measured by how quickly the water is transferred throughout the aquifer, not just right next to the thing, but I think there are 3, I think it used to be 4 layers of source protection. But of course, around the actual source point, we've got it being category 1, and it goes out, and I think it's 400 days or something like that. And this slow permeation of water through the aquifer is absolutely crucial to the to avoiding contaminants entering the groundwater. So the question I asked myself when I was looking at this is, do these measures that the agencies put in place, do they actually protect our town and its aquifer from this catastrophe? And we are talking about catastrophe here. It's not just a little bit of washing out liquid entering our groundwater, but it could be much worse than that. And this is where I go on to, which I'm the work of, and I'd have been really pleased if, and not turned up here today, if we had Morris and her fellow co-researchers, and also from the BGS and also University College London, in their 2001, I think it was, research into this thing called karst, which I'd never heard of, but apparently it's a limestone location in Slovenia, of all places. Oh. But it was principally related to how they measured how quickly water runs through aquifers in limestone areas. Very, very interesting. But more recent research suggests that karst is present in chalk. And so I started looking around at all the various reports that you've had to read to see whether there's any evidence of that. Morris actually refers, in our section, I'm thinking from the River Medway through to Canterbury, that there is evidence of karst in terms of there were two, I think she found there were two caves in Boxley, which is near Maidstone. And anecdotally, people have told me about caves appearing. I know as you go down into Hollingbourne on the cliffs on the cutting down through there, one quite evidently sees evidence of caves. There are also, I've heard through your evidence actually, the mention of chalk springs, and it seems in the evidence, the scientific evidence, that chalk springs are indicative of karst. So we do have some of those. And to the east of Highsted Valley, this is where I come back to Adam's research, they identified in a little village called Selling the presence of something called a karst swallow hole. And now this is literally what it does. We're talking about water being swallowed up to the aquifer down through that. So we certainly have, we do have that feature in the geology. And of course, then we come back to the applicant. And I believe this surveyor, this geologist, is local, and I'm so impressed with their two reports. I've got quite hooked into it. But the applicant's 2017 report, although it didn't relate necessarily to the direct footprint of this development, it did identify several chalk collapses, and it even mentioned a sinkhole, which are attributable to karst. So I've got here about 3 or 4 mentions of that. And what staggered me, and I missed this first time round, and this is why I've had to include your paper, that he makes reference, or she makes reference, to the existence of 23 solution pipes. Now, solution pipes, and there's a fantastic photograph of Beachy Head and Seaford Head, something showing these vertical pipes which are caused through the dissolution of chalk through various chemical reactions, which I'm sure your scientists will. I've just got a grasp of how this chalk is dissolved into these features. But 23 of them somewhere on the site, and it's not evident where they are. But again, we have evidence of karst in the chalk locally. One of the features of the valley and the bedrock underlying the development is Seaford chalk, which apparently is large areas of the development, at least 75%, I believe, is particularly vulnerable to dissolution, and because of its high porosity, little gaps, little fissures within the chalk, which go on to become a little bit more than little fissures, and they can become quite large. And if intersected by subsurface activity of whatever, it could be a trial borehole even, could speed up the aquifer's progress through the aquifer considerably. And instead of talking about this amazing thing, it takes 400 days for the outer reaches of the aquifer to reach the borehole extraction, or even longer, whatever, it's been demonstrated, Morris demonstrates, that it can be as little as 14 hours. And I will refer to why that's important, and also why Seaford chalk is really crucial in the way it reacts to holding on to liquids, leachable liquids, liquid metals and what have you. It's a particularly interesting substance. Now, one of the things that Morris argues for in the literature is in limestone areas where karst is much more prevalent, they do map these things very, very carefully, and the source one protection is much, much wider to really cope with this. So the question I then asked about, back with my NHS hat on, is these protections that we have as exist now, it's a false premise. It really is. And because they're no protection for our town. Because you can't predict where the Beachy Head one that Morris shows, and I think it goes 90 metres or something, almost down into the Paleontonic area, and we could lose all our water suddenly there. But it is disturbing that, if intersected, that the groundwater could be speeded up that quickly. Now, I know Councillor Bonney referred to sort of contamination, and particularly around the site of the old Shell research facility. So I don't really want to trouble you further, and I do list the sort of contaminants that, if were intercepted, might actually enter our groundwater. And my son actually pointed out that, Dad, you do realise that some of these elements actually derive from the ground, so we mustn't get too carried away with all this beryllium and arsenic and mercury. But we know that some of this will be due to agricultural and other industrial sort of activity that could be trapped within the currently trapped, not in future, currently trapped within the aquifer. And I say the Beachy Head thing, we're talking about less than half a metre, some of these voids. They're not just vertical, but they are also horizontal in their pattern in which they develop. I really wanted to go on to 14, which is on my thing, which that these, this is not a theoretical issue. In the Sandridge case, where we've got a site on Old Chemical Works that was subsequently, I think it was something like 250 houses I think the chemical works closed in 1980, and the Sandridge development took place in 1986, I think it was. But we don't know how long this, it was a substance called bromate, which they used to put in bread. It's now banned. We've probably all been inducing it if we were born before 1980, whatever. But it is a known carcinogen. And what actually happened there, subsequent to these 250 houses being built on this chemical works, it suddenly leached. It was a SP2, the actual development. It wasn't an SP1. So it would have been on the outer reaches, right in the middle of where the planned development for Highsted is down for. And that particular plume of this carcinogen travelled 12. I've got 12 miles here, and it was 12 miles long until it hit a watercourse, a river, and it was 6 miles across. Absolutely devastating. And I think the work probably is still going on, and I think the applicant, if the applicant was aware of this sort of risk, they would have to have very, very deep pockets to actually deal with that sort of contamination. But what it would do, of course, would be to wipe out virtually our groundwater for considerable periods of time. All the things I've mentioned so far, there are no engineering solutions, although we like to think of suds and these wonderful boreholes, which I always think about this prospect is, what are these suds going to look like in 10 years with their supermarket trolleys, their car tyres, their goodness knows what. And we know that these deep boreholes do fill up and cause all sorts of collapses and goodness knows what. So looking into the future, I say nothing can be done as regards this aquifer, which really shouldn't be touched. And there's considerable talk. I refer to whale fields, where we need to protect, where the increasing urbanisation, which will take place around the A2 lowland, it will inevitably take place there. The importance of preserving this, they call it a whale field, and it's a lovely, lovely notion that we actually look after this aquifer and protect it. But there is, of course, the engineering issue. Southern water raised. We've got this old ductile 700 millimetre main that everything's got to attach to, and that Southern Water don't know if it's going to survive. Now, if it doesn't survive, we've got Bowsers and goodness knows what lining up for years, months on end until that water main is sorted out. The BGS very kindly mentioned, and there's an irony to this that doesn't get lost on all our local people, that the government are currently funding a massive 5-year capital investment to improve the country's resilience to hydrological extremes. And they're actually looking at the River Chess catchment and the dry valley that... there are dry valleys in that particular area which are significant, and the chalk, of course, relates very much to the North Downs. What's going on there? So, in conclusion, Madam, I would like to point out that Sittingbourne and Sheppey are totally reliant on the groundwater, which is derived from this amazing, what I like to refer to as an inverted reservoir on our doorstep, and we wouldn't be chucking shopping trolleys, I hope, into that resource or messing it up with chemicals. Now, whether the surveyor's reports are accurate in terms of whether it's high, and I know the 2020 report referred to them as only a moderate. I said, with my health service hat on, if I was going to see a doctor and say, you've only got a moderate risk of dying, I really don't think I'll be too happy about that. But whatever the risk is, there is a risk to our town, and are we really going to gamble on the future of such a valuable resource, certainly for my grandchildren looking forward? I wouldn't want them to be subjected to that. And it's really not sufficient for your land use. I'm not sure who this land utilisation consultant is, but the applicant responding to their comments about their concerns about this, saying that, Southern Water has a statutory obligation to provide water to this development. Really? Regardless? As though Southern Water can miraculously drag this out of the ether somehow and supply water. But of course, they may be right, because we know what the contingency of Southern Water is. which is to pipe, apparently a pipe does exist, but it doesn't call off here. It's like one of our buses, you know. Buell Reservoir, some 40 miles away. So how long that's going to take, I don't know. So that's a possibility. And that was, as the crow flies, not according to the River Medway, which most of the Buell water is transmitted through. The other solution they've got is to bring some reused, previously condemned water from Gravesend, and of course reusing industrial wastewater. And the other, and I think in Saudi Arabia here, constructing a desalination plant on Sheppey, wonderful. It's already been abandoned a few times and it's been pushed off into, I think, 2040. And sorry, this is tongue-in-cheek. I know this is a serious business and I shouldn't, but bringing in tankers of water from the ice melt from Norway, or even, I've added this myself, and Southern Water didn't say this, getting ice melt from Greenland from you-know-who. So finally, I question the sustainability of Southern Water to actually provide an alternative source if our aquifers are damaged and our groundwater is no longer available to us. I question the sustainability of Southern Water's plan to supply its water to this development and its ability to protect our groundwater. I don't think it's just them, but I think that the responsibility will fall on their shoulders. And I urge your inquiry to conclude that that we stick to our council's very sensible development plan, which recognises the importance of this natural resource, to protect it and turn down this application. Thank you, Madam.
All right, Mr. Hill, thank you very much indeed.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Good. All right, thank you. So the next speaker, Mr. Osborne. Got Mr. Osborne here? Mr. Osborne? No? Okay. Miss Angela Coleman? Yes. Right, make yourself comfortable.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So if you'd like to just introduce yourself, I've got a note of your speaking notes. So if you'd like to introduce yourself and then say what you'd like to say. Okay. Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and hello to you. I shan't be very long. I'm not an expert in anything at all.
All right.
My name's Angela Coleman. I've lived in Tenham for 14 years, and for 2 years before that I lived in Milstead. I'm president of Milstead with Frinstead Women's Institute, and I'm co-chair of the East Kent Federation of Women's Institutes, representing over 96 women's institutes with thousands and thousands of members throughout East Kent. The Women's Institute is a rural charity. It's existed for 110 years, and all of the villages affected by this proposal have their own WI. Each one of those is completely different and completely unique. Whilst I'm concerned with all the implications on transport, roads, air quality, NHS, dentistry, schools, agricultural land, it's the effect that this will have on rural life that I would like to talk about. This development will merge small, unique villages into one large town, which I think is a travesty. A village is a reflection of its history and of its residents. And villagers are heavily invested in their own local area and are very, very proud of it. This development will take that away. When we don't feel like we belong, there's no incentive to give back. People who feel detached from their local community do not participate in their community, and this is the way that community breaks down. Rural life isn't about living in a nice big house in the country, and it can be tricky, but it's a choice we make. Rural life is all about community. Not taking from that community, but giving back to it. We do this because we're invested in the village we belong to. We're invested in one another as well. Most of us are active members of parochial church councils, the parish councils, the village hall management committees, horticultural societies, WIs, mothers' unions, and many, many more groups. All of these exist to support each other, but also to raise vital funds for the village itself and the wider charities, wider community, and the charities such as food banks and domestic abuse charities, just to name two. We organise events for friendship and support. We organise fetes and bazaars and coffee mornings, church events, and we look out for each other. And we do that because we know each other, we know who's elderly, we know who's unwell, and we know who's in need. As I say, rural life isn't always easy. Most villages now have no or very few buses. You can't just pop to a supermarket, but we like it this way. I think we all found out during the pandemic that open spaces and community are vital for well-being and mental health. I'm not against house building or people who want to move for a rural life and give back to that community, because I did the same. This huge development with tens of thousands of new residents will destroy the existing communities. It will merge all the villages. Having more people will not increase community, it will decimate the existing ones. I myself have witnessed the impact of a very small new development in Tenham with no services to support the residents. It's been a very miserable experience, and life has changed in Tenham, with residents new and old becoming angry. When people don't feel connected to or a part of the community, isolation and loneliness increases, and this impacts negatively on mental health. It's not a case of objecting to all development, but this is the wrong development in the wrong place. The sheer size of this has shocked everyone. Tenham already has planning permission for hundreds more houses. We've lost our sports field, our meadows. This has already negatively impacted the residents, as we have no open space to walk dogs and meet up for chats, etc. It was a safe place for families young and old, and it doesn't feel like that anymore. Thousands of extra people in Tenham will destroy our little village completely. It'll be devastating for us. Tenham isn't an affluent village. We can't all just get up and move. This development will irreversibly change our lives for the worse, I feel. I've spoken to many, many people in the path of this build. They all talk about moving. They all mention that their lifestyle choice will be taken away and that their mental health will suffer.
Just one question I want to ask. You were talking about new development in Tenham. Is that on the north or south side of the A2?
That is on...
Top or under, if you're going along?
As you come into Sittingbourne, it's on the right-hand side.
Oh, right. So
it's the new chart by
Right, I see. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Stewart. I've got a copy, I think, haven't I? Is there a different one?
Mistakes in that one.
Okay. Right, thank you very much. Does it say something different to this one?
No, not really. It's just edited.
I see. Okay, fine. Right, Mr. Stewart, if you'd like to introduce yourself to the inquiry and then say what you'd like to say, please.
Yes, so my name is Alistair Stewart. I'm a parish councillor at Highsted and Kingsdown Parish Council, and I oppose the development. And I note that 2 references to water have already been made today, so I trust that this adds to earlier comments and maybe gives you a little bit more information, Mr. Hills, as well. So the overall aim of the information presented here is to illustrate potential and actual issues regarding water supply and wastewater. The local area is served both by South East Water, who are actually the predominant water supplier, and Southern Water. South East Water is a water supply only company. Southern do both water supply and wastewater. The source of the drinking water supply to Highsted Park may well be shared between the two, but Southern is responsible for all the wastewater, as it is throughout much of Kent and east and west Sussex. I work in the water industry, but the information provided here does not represent any official view of any of the water companies, or although their own publicly available figures and information is included, some as direct quotes. My view is that of a Highsted and Kingsdown Parish Councillor. has been mentioned, but it's important, perhaps somewhat bemusing, to understand that water companies are not statutory consultees in the planning process for water supply and wastewater in England, but they still have a legal duty to supply and to maintain these services, even if they may not be sufficient means to do so. Water supply and wastewater are often overlooked, even when water is, of course, of critical importance to both people and the environment. Here, I want to highlight the following. The projections of potential significant water deficits for both human consumption and nationally and internationally important environment, largely related to a large population increase and climate change, and how this can put greater stress on both water supply and wastewater processing, particularly at local levels. I also want to highlight the potential issues surrounding dealing with wastewater and surface runoff and the vulnerability of local chalk aquifers, as you've just heard. I also want to stress the constraints that water companies are under in terms of regulation and funds. The South East is one of the most water-stressed areas in the UK. About 70% of all water supplied in the South East is derived from groundwater, also the source of what is termed base flow for chalk-fed streams and rivers. South East has 85% of all chalk-fed streams in the world, reliant on clean and plentiful groundwater to at least maintain current ecological systems and biodiversity. Stream and river habitats are liable to pollution, and ecological deterioration can arise, also related to low flows, which can be related to groundwater levels. Surface water, i.e. rivers, make up the majority of the remainder, but water companies also receive bulk supplies from other water companies where their own sources cannot match demand. Such bulk supplies are likely to increase in time. South East Water's bulk supply comprise about 7% of the total water supply. Looking at the threats of supply, Water Resources South East, the WRSE, the body representing the 6 water companies in the South East, has stated that the future need for water in the South East could be 1,765 million litres per day by 2050 for resilience, particularly against droughts. In simpler terms, that's 706 Olympic-sized swimming pools of water every day, and that's taking an Olympic-sized swimming pool to be 2.5 million litres. WRSC's plans show that if we do nothing, we could face a shortfall of over 2.7 billion litres of water per day by 2070. Using South East Water as an example, in its Water Resources Management Plan, its projections for supply-demand balance for 2050 for its whole supply area ranges from a deficit of 14.4 million litres per day at the very best to over 167 million litres per day at worst. Relevant to the proposed development in the Sittingbourne and Faversham areas, every 10,000 houses presents an extra 3,600,000 litres extra per day, i.e. 1.4 Olympic swimming pools. And that makes about just under 526 Olympic swimming pools extra per year. This is based on the average consumption in the South East of 150 litres per person per day, and at the average occupancy of households of 2.43 people. For wastewater from each property, the amount will be more or less the same, but a little bit less, but not too dissimilar. 8,400 for Highsted Park will still represent over 3 million litres a day. 1.2 Olympic-sized swimming pools. Groundwater is dependent on recharge of the aquifers. The southern portion of Highsted Park development will sit on top of and will likely affect the recharge of the catchment area for Southern Water's Highsted borehole. Looking at environmental concerns, by 2050 the water companies may need to leave an additional 1.1 billion litres of water a day in the environment across the South East. This will require significant reduction in abstractions. These reductions are already built into their water management plans, and it is part of regulated environmental work that they do under the Water Industry National Environment Plan, regulated by the Environment Agency. A little bit more about water resource management plans. All water companies have such plans, and those in the South East are created in collaboration with the WRSC, Water Resources South East, that is, to remind you. The plans include a balanced water reduction measures and new infrastructure projects to counter the growing population, As an example, South East Water summarises their plans as working with non-household customers to improve their on-site resilience and reduce their demand on mains water, investing £1.1 billion in demand management interventions to, for example, reduce leakage levels to a target of 50% as they are now, reduce household water usage, reduce non-household water usage, and investing 1.2 billion litres to build large-scale infrastructure projects such as reservoirs, transfers and desalination schemes. Here's some points to consider. Water companies' business planning is done on 5-year cycles and are known as AMPs, Asset Management Periods. These are...
Isn't it?
It's periods.
Oh.
Yeah, no, that's one of my typos. These are projections of the work that need doing by regulation and have to be approved by both the Environment Agency and critically Ofwat, who set the funding level, including levels of customers' bills. Water resources management plans make a projection of population increase for its entire supply area, but not at local levels, i.e. district management areas, that can accurately account for significant increases in local demand. Following response from the water companies regarding Ofwat's final determination, i.e. the work that water companies need to do and the funds it would allow water companies to use, a number of companies such as South East Water rejected Ofwat's figures and have appealed to the Competition and Markets Authority, principally because they felt that Ofwat's final determination would not provide them with sufficient funds to do the work they would be regulated to do and fined if they failed to achieve it. Where finances are limited, water companies will have to spend them funding what would be deemed as critical assets, such as leakage, maintenance, new infrastructure. For example, South East Water's forthcoming Broad Oak Reservoir near Canterbury. Incidentally, none of that water is projected to be supplied to the Faversham and Sittingbourne areas. Even where there is sufficient water, South East Water has suffered not having the capacity to process, i.e. via water treatment plants, raw or collected water into drinking water to match demand, particularly during prolonged periods of hot weather. Just as a bit of information, the average production is 543 megalitres, that's 1 million litres per day. But demand, particularly in 2022, hit above 675 megalitres per day. So it's very important to try and match demand, particularly during prolonged periods of hot weather. There are a few important caveats to this. Water companies largely only supply domestic properties. Non-household customers include agriculture, business, and so on, are normally customers of third-party businesses, even if their source of water is from local water companies such as Southern and South East. The water companies have no legal or other control over that proportion of water supplied to business and so on, and often are not supplied with sufficient data to determine water use, albeit that measures are now in place to address this issue. A proportion of water abstracted from rivers and groundwater is not monitored by the Environment Agency, even where licensing is in place, such as river extractions for farms. The total amount of water abstraction may be small, a small proportion of the total abstraction level, but could have an effect at a local level. Looking at wastewater, viewing Southern Water's information, there are several wastewater catchments where new homes, business, roads and other infrastructure are planned, such as Highsted Park. The main areas identified for potential new developments in the North Kent catchments are Sittingbourne, Queenborough and Faversham. Southern Water's Baseline Risk and Vulnerability Assessment, BRAVA, aids the development of a drainage and waste management plan, helping the company to understand current systems performance and future vulnerabilities. BRAVA results show that the additional homes and businesses will increase the risk of non-compliance with what's called their dry weather flow permits from the Environment Agency in 3 of the 5 wastewater systems, Sittingbourne, Queenborough and Faversham. The key issues behind the future changes in risk include a deterioration in the condition of their wastewater systems, climate change including increasing frequency and severity of droughts and storms, growth and urban creep, and a combination of any of these that are relevant in the catchment being assessed. Southern Water will need to adapt their wastewater systems to operate in future climates to avoid flooding homes and businesses and or without causing discharges from storm overflows. The risk of storm overflow discharges for 4 systems, Sittingbourne, Queenborough, Faversham and Eastchurch, were deemed already significant back in 2020 and were projected to increase without further action. More about urbanisation and contamination. Large urban developments such as Highsted Park are likely to increase the likelihood of contamination of the aquifers, such as by oils, cleaning products, detergents and so on, where drainage and treatment measures are insufficient or where storm runoff exceeds the capacity of the current infrastructure unless the measures such as sustainable urban drainage systems, such as you've just heard, are fully effective. This is of concern as chalk aquifers can be very vulnerable to pollution, also as you've heard, particularly through what they know as karstic features, also known as solution features, in case you're wondering. These are best pictured as perhaps swallow holes also mentioned and cracking in the chalk that allow instant and rapid access to the aquifers and production boreholes that extract water from them. It is therefore essential to understand groundwater source protection zones, SPZ 1 to 3, modelled zones around boreholes to extract water. Any development, particularly in SPZ 1, which represents up to 50 days travel time to the borehole, can create significant vulnerability to water sources. Southern Water also expressed notable concerns in the planning application that insufficient attention had been taken by the developers to SPZs and drainage strategies in the proposal, although the developers may have now updated them. My concluding comments are this. Here I have tried to present an objective view of some of the factors involving water. Water supply and wastewater provision present an incredibly complex set of considerations that must be thoroughly examined prior to any planning application proceeding, particularly those on the scale that Highsted Park presents, balancing the increasing needs of people against the needs of a critically important local environment and international environment. Where such considerations have not been fully explored, it would be extremely unwise for any development to go ahead without understanding the effects that it could cause. Water companies' various plans to counteract rising demand, amongst other things, are, in effect, projections into the future, but don't offer guarantees, particularly when there is a significant proportion of water supplied that they have no effective control over. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Stewart. Right, last on my list is Mr. Sims. And after that, I'll see whether anyone else is here who wants to move up from Friday, as it were. Mr. Sims, if you'd like to.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right, if you'd like to introduce your... Have I got... hold on a minute. I haven't got anything from you.
No, you haven't, Ma'am, because despite our application and acceptance, we wasn't on your list, and this has come about as a result of a few quick phone calls.
What do you mean it wasn't on my list?
You weren't on our list to speak.
Oh,
but
right,
we were registered, so I'll
Okay.
send
All right, I can
my
write
points
some
through
notes,
to
don't worry,
your.
that's fine.
Well, I'll send them through to your team.
Okay, well,
this evening.
to my programme officer, I don't have a team, I'm afraid. It's just
Well,
me.
You should have, but
You're probably right there,
yeah.
but I think you have to
But your programme.
probably notify the government of that.
Well,
Right.
I didn't think it was personal, so none taken.
No, of course not. All right, Mr. Sims, if you'd like to, don't go too fast because I'm going to write down what you say, but you can send it in by all means.
Speed is not my thing at my age.
All right, thank you.
Ma'am, may I take this opportunity to thank you for allowing me to speak on behalf of Borden Parish Council, outlining our objections to this proposed overdevelopment of our farmlands. This inquiry will be informed of the lack of GPs within Swale, the strain on Swale's healthcare facilities, and of course the overburdened nearest accident emergency department with a current potential wait time of 8 to 12 hours. All NHS problems which are not simply resolved by developers appeasing one-off payment. You will be told of our current highways problems, where the traffic infrastructure is totally inadequate for the thousands, yes thousands of new houses built in Swale and the thousands already approved. A new junction on the motorway the solution? Do we really believe that to be the answer? It will be revealed to the inquiry the lack of sufficient water supply to cope with these new developments. The area already experiences the hosepipe bans in the summer. The simple fact is the water is not there, no matter how much money you throw at incompetent water companies ready to receive a cash handout to finance already existing problems. Others probably have and will cover these aspects in more detail, certainly as we've seen this afternoon. I wish to speak of a far greater problem that not only affects us now, but certainly will continue and grow worse in the future. I wish to emphasise the potential loss of our green, high-quality, much-needed agricultural farmland, the lifeblood of this country, the sustenance of our basic needs. Kent is known as the Garden of England. It has rich, fertile soil, long daylight hours, and with our southeast climate, which is one of the warmest in the UK, it is ideal for arable farming, where the growing of fruit, vegetables and animal feed thrive. The quality of our fields with its chalky soil and excellent drainage is not replicated in the rest of the UK. Recorded history recognises this fact, as early as the Romans who settled in this county, growing wheat, barley, rye, peas, including numerous fruits such as cherries, apples and plums. It is stated that hops were introduced here by the Romans. The first ever hop garden is believed to have been established here in Kent. Farming fruit and vegetables have prospered here through the ages with so much knowledge and experience gained. Charles Dickens recognised this fact in Pickwick Papers. Kent, sir, everybody knows Kent. Apples, cherries, hops and women. Not politically correct by today's standards, but the fertile agricultural land certainly recognised again in 1836. Brogdale Farm, a stone's throw from this development, is home to the National Fruit Collection. Why? Because of the local fertile ground and the excellent climate ensuring the growth of quality food. The world is currently unstable. The war in Ukraine by Russia, intent on European domination, Israel and Palestine in a never-ending conflict of interests, India battling with Pakistan for harbouring terrorists, the dangers imposed by China through our IT networks, and the ever-present threat of Islamic terrorism. These conflicts are apart from the concern of another pandemic. They all add up to a very real threat to our island nation. And note, I said island. We have just celebrated VE Day for a conflict that brought this nation to its knees because our island was cut off from our usual necessary food chain. Relying on what we grew ourselves was critical at that time and is still crucial today. Climate change is affecting the global production of wheat and potatoes from our main suppliers, both America and Europe. DEFRA figures state that the UK produces only 62% of our own food and the remainder is supplied through sea and air. These are very easy targets for a warring enemy. But the threat of our food channel supply aside, we need to steer towards self-sufficient resilience for economic reasons. The Agricultural and Horticultural Board figures show that our own UK wheat production yield is down 21% over the last 5 years, and our potato yield was down 16% in the last year. That, coupled with our expanding population, obviously means we must grow more. Departments within our own government recognise these disturbing facts. The UK Government National Agricultural Policy focuses towards a system that provides incentives for environmental improvements and boosts farm productivity. The schemes such as sustainable farming incentives, local nature recovery and landscape recovery are all designed to reward farmers for providing environmental benefits and ultimately food. The government states itself that they are investing in innovation and productivity through the Farming Investment Fund. Their policies quite clearly state, and I quote, to ensure a stable supply of domestic food through land management. 1 hectare of swale quality land can produce over 9 tonnes of wheat annually, so this vast area of development could yield some 5,200 tonnes of wheat per year. Government policies also support farmers in maintaining and restoring habitats for nature. In nature, water is filtered through layers of soil, sand, rock and other natural materials like leaves. Concrete in over-quality arable lands puts this simple nature process at risk. Moving on. Do we really need a new M2 junction devastating our ecology and wildlife? Only for this massive concrete development. And think on this, Mum. Once the junction is there, it will encourage further developments on the surrounding farmlands with the loss of even more quality land. Do we really need another football ground in Swale, covering high-grade arable land, particularly when plenty of grounds already exist? This is simply a placating ploy reminiscent of 17th century marauders offering trinkets to island natives. What percentage of our population will benefit from another football ground opposed to the percentage of the UK population who currently benefit from the growing of quality food on that area? So yes, we object to this planning application on the grounds of the negative effect it will have on the local amenities. Yes, we object to this planning application on the negative impact it will have on the environment, which grossly conflicts with national government agricultural policies. It is overdevelopment on valued land, much needed for UK food production. Finally, with all respect, we believe this inquiry, as custodians of what lies ahead, has responsibility not only to the people of Kent, but also responsibility to the country for food production. That duty is the mantle that you hold today, but not for today. It is for the future, for our children and our children's children. And for these reasons, we implore you to reject this British farm destroying application.
Thank you very much indeed. Did you say that you were you're speaking on behalf your Borden Parish Council?
Borden Parish Council. Ma'am.
Yeah, and you're speaking on behalf of them.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Sims.
I'll send that through to your team. Thank you.
Thank
sorry, you're late.
My programme officer.
Thank you, your programme officer. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Right. Okay. Thank you. Now, hang on a minute. Do we have Ms. Coleman here now? No. Okay. Sorry? I thought we didn't hear from her, did we? Oh, sorry, it was you. Oh, who did we hear from?
Alison Gower now. 27.
Simon Osborne, I think.
Mr. Osborne.
Oh, Mr. Osborne. Yeah. Is that who? We didn't hear from him. Sorry. Sorry. Okay. Well, maybe he'll come tomorrow. Now, have we got? So we've got Mr. Townsend here somewhere. Have we? Speaking on behalf.
It's going to be my colleague Steve Coates, the
Okay.
Doddington Parish Council.
Right. Okay, Mr. Coates, come to the front. You're speaking on behalf of Ms. Goff, aren't you? Is that right?
I am. Yes, thank you.
Just a minute then.
Slight change of plan, I'm afraid.
That's all right. Right. So is your Councillor Coates COATES? Are you?
That's correct.
Is that right? And perhaps you could just introduce yourself and then tell us who Kate Goff is, and then have you got anything you're going to give me?
Yes, and the programme team.
The team.
The huge team.
No, programme officer.
Okay.
Officers, we've got 2 of them.
Yeah, they have
All right.
a copy of what Kate says.
Yeah, there's a copy, is there somewhere? Right, okay.
I've put it down with yours.
Oh, have you?
Yes,
It's only a short statement, madam.
Is it? Is that it? Yes, okay, fine. So, Councillor Coates, so you're Councillor?
I'm the chairman of Doddington Parish Council, and Doddington Parish Council is part of the action group.
Yeah, that's it. Okay, and Kate Goff is?
She's a resident of Doddington.
Yep.
She's lived in the village with her husband for many years. They have a son and a daughter, Ellie, who has significant disabilities with associated complex care arrangements. And I should say that I'm grateful to you for the opportunity to speak, but also to the programme officers who made the arrangements for
Not
Kate.
at all. Right, so she lives in a village and, yeah, okay. So if you'd like to tell me what she's got to say.
Yeah,
please.
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So Kate wishes to speak to you about special educational needs provision, which is known by the term SEND.
Yeah.
So Catherine Goff says, the houses aren't required for local need. They are likely to be filled with overspill from London. The 3 secondary schools closest to the proposal are oversubscribed. One school has already introduced a policy of admission from selective postcodes to help with this. One of those schools is a special school with the designation for children with severe and complex needs. The proximity of the development means that children from the new development would take precedence over children already in the county. In 2019, Ofsted and the Care Quality Commission conducted a joint inspection of Kent County Council to judge the effectiveness of local areas in implementing the Disability and Special Educational Needs reforms as set out in the Children and Families Act 2014. The report said, and this is in quotes, Her Majesty's Chief Inspector has determined that a written statement of action is required because of significant areas of weakness in the local area's practice. Close quotes. Among the many areas of weakness, the inspector said, quotes again, that too many children and young people with SEND do not get the support they need in Kent. Close quotes. In 2022, Ofsted and the CQC revisited and found that KCC had not made enough progress in addressing its 9 areas of concern. On the 31st of March 2023, KCC was given an improvement notice by the Secretary of State, again for lack of progress in addressing the 9 areas of concern. The development plan has no provision for secondary schools or special schools. Parents with a child with SEND will be drawn to the area because of its proximity to a special school rated as outstanding. Compounding issues already identified by Ofsted and the CQC. I feel strongly that the current plans are going to cause serious problems with secondary school and SEND places in this part of Kent and should not go ahead in the current format. Catherine Goff.
Okay, thank you very much indeed, Councillor Coates. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Not at all. Right, is there anybody I've left out? Is everybody who wanted to speak? You want to come forward? Yep. Okay. Have I got all?
27 on your list.
20. I've got 17.
It's in tomorrow's little bundle.
Yeah, but is it in here somewhere? Sorry. Okay, sorry.
It should be number 20.
Yeah, just make yourself comfortable, thank you. Oh, right. I seem to have another one. Oh, right, okay. Is this the same?
Mum. Yes, exactly the same.
Exactly the same.
The only difference is I've handwritten page numbers on the bottom, which I hadn't done on. Couldn't work out how to do that yesterday, Mum.
Oh, okay. Okay, fine. Thank you very much indeed. Right. Okay. Thank you very much indeed.
And I have your copies. Should
don't need any more. I don't think. Thank you.
Thank you.
I like the pink cover. So
important. Solicitors. Barristers. Beg your pardon, gentlemen, and myself.
Oh, right. Okay. Right, well, if you'd like to introduce yourself, I know you've been sitting in the inquiry, haven't you, for all the time, really?
Since day one, Mum, yes.
Yes, okay.
Good afternoon, Mum. I am Miss Gower, and whilst I've been sitting behind the Rule 6 parties, I am not a parish, borough or county councillor, nor an expert in any field. My connection is purely one of a resident. Having never attended a public inquiry, the purpose of doing so was to attempt to understand its procedure and to inform me how best to present my evidence, which is of personal experience and knowledge of having lived in Tunstall for 30 years. Having moved to Swale in 1985 and a resident of Tunstall since 1995, which is one of the many parishes affected by this proposal. This outline application will have a detrimental impact on Tunstall Parish as a whole, and with the greatest of respect to the expert witnesses, I believe its effect on our conservation area will be severe, as indeed with the other parishes represented by the Rule 6 parties. Tunstall Conservation Area boundary encompasses to the rear gardens of the houses that overlook the proposed areas of Highsted Village West and East. Many of those houses have the kitchens at the front of the property, but the living areas are at the back. I have included some photographs attached to this submission, and whilst photos 2 to 7 are taken from my property, similar views would be experienced when standing on the prows identified below of this highly valued landscape, including the Kent Downs National Landscape KDNL. I have used inquiry document 100.9.2, the scheme overlay. I have carried on with the relevant information, Mum, as submitted by Kent County Council to identify their locations. When combined with CD 19.2, which is of the Tunstall Conservation Area Appraisal, page 32, will hopefully visually explain my concerns in relation to views into and out of our Tunstall Conservation Area. Having arrived in Swale, first living in Milton Regis, moving to Tunstall was quite a shock. The first thing I noticed was the peace and quiet. You could hear birdsong. Also, you actually got to meet and know your neighbours and those in the neighbouring parishes. I remember the first time I'd forgotten to bring the washing in, I went out and had my first experience with bats. They may well have seen me, but I can't say the same. But like everything, you get used to seeing them at dusk, even now after 30 years. I've even seen and fed the hedgehogs that have a run behind my rear fence. I also remember our village school, but due to its popularity, it grew beyond its facilities and was relocated to the other end of Tunstall Road. We still count it as the new school, is significantly larger, which has come with inherent problems. There are more children, more traffic, more lighting, and noise. I can certainly hear them more now than when they were across the road. I have also rediscovered a love of history. This is with thanks to our local historians, Helen Allinson and Brian Turner, whose book Tunstall is amazing. For instance, one of the family plots in our churchyard is of George Smead, not a name I'm sure that anyone has ever heard of. Can I grab some water, Mum?
Yes, of course you can. That's fine. Take your time. It's all right. No rush.
One of his daughters married George Hambrook Dean, also found in our churchyard. He became a brickmaker, founding his company in 1819, and by 1877, Smead Dean produced over 60 million bricks, all from Sittingbourne. The yellow stock bricks were used extensively in London, including the Tower of London and Buckingham Palace. Not bad from someone from Tunstall. Royalty also features again in our history, this time Sir William Cromer, who lived in Tunstall. He was a Justice of the Peace and served as Sheriff of Kent in 1567. And on the 15th of September 1573, entertained Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth I at Grove End Farm, with various Grade 1 and 2 Grade 1 and Grade 2 buildings that will be encircled by this proposal. Ma'am, as you will have noticed, there are 4 main public rights-of-way that run in parallel to the M2, which is roughly the edge of the Kent Downs National Landscape, into Tunstall Conservation Area, within the red line boundary, and in my opinion, this proposal will affect its setting. ZU37, I have attached an appendix, ma'am, if you'll see on, I think it's page 4. There's a picture of, there's some pictures, and there's also a plan, if it's not there.
Got some pictures. The plan, that one? Oh, that's the Kent County Council one, isn't it?
Yes, that's the one I've referred to.
Can I borrow that?
You may indeed, ma'am.
Yeah, that's fine. Yep, carry on.
So, ZU, where are we?
10, I think.
Right, ZU37 starting in our conservation area and out to Ruins Barn Road. ZR147, which starts outside of the red line boundary, cuts through the conservation area, also ending at Ruins Barn Road. ZR151, which is a concrete path that I gather, Ma'am, was included on your night visits.
Yeah, I think I've walked all of them now.
Okay, and ZR156, which is outside of our conservation area, but also ends on Ruins Barn Road. In the same order as above, they each get slightly higher than the preceding one. On the last 2, views can be experienced all the way to the Kentish Flats, where the wind farm is, and beyond, or in the other direction, into the Kent Downs National Landscape. Each look into Tunstall Conservation Area. When in my garden, I can see 3 of these public rights-of-way, and 2 are visible from sitting indoors. If I can clearly see walkers and cyclists out of the conservation area, then it would seem perfectly reasonable to see in, which I have done when traversing the public rights-of-way using a circulatory route. Other footpaths I've used within the red line boundary include ZR150, ZR155, ZU159, ZU39, when I would, as Mom, you have witnessed, crossed and used our rural roads like Ruins Barn Road, Broad Oak Road past the Old Shell Research Centre, now known as the Kent Science Park, out across the orchards where you can hear skylarks and fieldfares, out to Highsted Road and along Cromer's Road, which in the dark with a dog and a torch can be fun. I have also used these same footpaths to travel up Stockers Hill, across Rodmersham Green using those PROs, and out onto Church Street in Rodmersham. With 3 dogs over the last 30 years, I have regularly travelled through this highly valued landscape. There is nothing better than a frosty morning at 6 a.m. for a walk across the fields, or after rain to wander around Highsted Woods with the smells of wild garlic, the bluebells and wild orchids. Local residents, not only in Tunstall, but Rodmersham, Highsted, Bredgar, do the same, as indeed we regularly witness various young adults doing their Duke of Edinburgh's award expeditions, who utilise the Kent Downs National Landscape and our respective parishes, as well as well as other members of the general public. During your night visit, I was actually watching out for torches and suddenly spotted lots of activity and lights at the top of Broad Oak Road, but they seemed to be moving at quite a pace. When I looked more closely from indoors, I could clearly see they were in fact cyclists. From listening to date, I understand that the MPPF states that conservation areas are considered to be heritage assets and as such should be covered by MPF paragraphs, I believe I've got this right, 207 and 208, which specifically refers to proposals that affect the setting of a heritage asset, views of, across or through a heritage asset, as well as views from that heritage asset, are important in understanding its significance and how it is experienced. It's going to be very difficult for any harm that is likely to affect the setting, not only of the Kent Downs National Landscape and Tunstall, but those of the other parish conservation areas, as well as to be fully understood. How can we residents judge these outline proposals when it comes to how it's intended to preserve or enhance their settings, when all we have are artists' impressions with all matters reserved? So if I've understood this correctly, all the actual detail will be decided after permission is granted, by which stage residents will have no other opportunity to raise concerns. When Bearing Fruits was in its consultation stage, I obtained a copy of the draft document, made a submission, and was contacted by the programme officer and invited to attend and speak at the EIP, which I did. I took interest in the inspector's findings and read with interest the final report. I note that the inspector's final report is contained within the core documents at CD 13.2. And given that I was in attendance during the discussions, I consider this document crucial to understanding what elements were included or indeed removed in order to make the plan sound. I appreciate that the inquiry still has many more weeks and tranches to go through, one of which is transport. As this is the residents' only opportunity to address the inquiry, it would be remiss of me not to raise concerns now over other aspects. These include the suggestion of a recycling centre adjacent to Cromer's Woods. Given its proximity to Shooting Box Nursery, have the possible effects of hours of operation, noise, lighting, fire risk and vermin been taken into account? The impact of the proposed enlargement of the Kent Science Park outside of their boundary fence will have further negative impacts on the Kent Downs National Landscape. Given its current lighting, expansion will further exacerbate this situation. It seems the proposal is to change the current functionality of the junction of Woodstock Road, Cromer's Road, Ruins Barn Road and Tunstall Road to traffic lights. Tunstall School entrance already causes congestion, given that cars entering and exiting do so in both directions, with 2 areas for pedestrian access. I have regularly got stuck in the associated traffic jams. Thursdays it's worse due to bin collection lorries. Given that the proposal above is to create a traffic light system within a very short distance from that school, what consideration was given, if any, to traffic management? The dark skies experience from within Tunstall Conservation Area, promoted by previous parish councillors as it abuts the Kent Downs National Landscape, will be further illuminated by the proposed new housing. The noise will increase significantly as there will be additional roads, a second school, all in one parish. I would imagine this will affect our air quality. Given that this is an outline planning application and all matters are reserved for later determination, should the Secretary of State grant permission, as a resident, I am now discouraged from engaging in our next local plan, given that much of its content will be dictated by these applications. That completes my statement, Mom, but if there's any questions on the photographs as to their locations...
Let's have a look, shall we, at the photographs?
I'm happy to pass them around to whoever needs them, Mom, if they need them. But as you'll see from the overlay, I've put numbers 1, 2 and 3.
Yes, helpful. Thanks.
Okay, so ZR147 number 1, that's the first photograph.
Yep.
So that is taken from the public footpath.
Yep.
And it looks out across the fields to the Kent Downs National Landscape. And the Kent Science Park, you may not see them on, but I recognise them. There are 3 chimneys to the left-hand side, which are the 3 chimneys of the Science Park. Much of that...
Is that snow on the ground?
That is snow on the ground, yes. And that is likely to be the location for Highsted West.
Okay.
The second photo, Mom, is taken from inside my property. The conservation area is to the fence. And the green hedging that you see on the left-hand side of the picture is actually part of our conservation area, Mom. So the housing, again, will be at the bottom of that field.
Okay, thank you.
Photo number 3, again, you can see my boundary fence, Mom. Again, you can see the 3 chimneys of the Science Park. That's a rape field. They change the crops each couple of years, so this is that particular one. Again, you can see into the ANOB, but I thought it was prudent. Photo number 4 are nighttime photos. This one I took only recently. I thought they were sending out bat signals, to be honest. I mean, it's quite illuminated, as you can see, Mum. I think it's the Woodstock Club.
Oh, right, okay.
It's certainly not the Science Park. And in the left-hand side, you can see one tiny little white dot.
Yeah.
I think that might be a car traversing along the M2.
Oh.
The next photo, again, is taken, and that is the Science Park lighting.
Yes.
So you can see what I mean. Photo number 6, again, probably taken in the early hours. I mean, probably about 4 o'clock in the morning on my way to the toilet, sorry, of the Science Park. The last, second to last photo, Mum, picture 7, is worth noting. This was taken about a week and a half ago. This is the location for where Sittingbourne Football Club currently operate. So that lighting that you can see, that I believe Councillor Bonney referenced from her speaking, this is the effect that we get, and that's where Highsted East is going to be located. So if that's what we get from what is supposed to be demountable lighting from the football club, and as yet I've yet to see any evidence of ever them taking them down, it's only going to get worse than that.
Okay.
And finally, Mum, the last picture is actually from the end. It's number 3 on the original map. So that's at the end of ZR147.
Oh, yeah.
And that is looking back towards the houses that I was referring to. So up to those back fences, those are all in the conservation area, and that is part of the field that is likely to be Highsted East. I hope that's...
Okay. Thank you very much indeed.
Mum, I've also got a picture of Tunstall Parish boundary.
Okay.
I don't know whether that's of any use to you, but this is going to have a huge impact because we are known now as... Tunstall's rather unique in Swale, in as much as Councillor Speed has recently discovered, Tunstall Parish was changed by the Boundary Commission.
Okay.
We have been split into Tunstall Urban, which is encompassing most of the housing side of it, but we also have Tunstall Rural. It's significantly larger, and it starts at the bottom of Cromer's Road. It carries on and covers the entire area that the South Sittingbourne Relief Road will cross the chalk pits and up and join the Science Park and out towards the M2.
Okay. All right, well, I'll take that as well, shall I? Thank you very much.
With you.
Yep. Thank you very much. That's great. Thank you. Right, thank you very much. Okay, so I think that completes everyone for today. Thank you. Okay, so we've got slightly less people tomorrow, I think, probably. We'll start again at 9:30 tomorrow, okay? But before we finish, did you want to talk about the site visit? Just.
He's
not here, is he?
Yeah, he's outside in the corridor. But yeah, I think once we know, perhaps we can pick it up again tomorrow. I think we're still. Are we wait? I'll need to ask him whether we're still waiting for confirmation on exactly how many people are going.
It's how many. I mean, we've really got to restrict numbers. I think probably if we. I don't know how you're going to intending to do this, but if the applicant is supply, well, I don't want too many people.
No,
it's meant
as you
to
say,
be,
it'd be a minibus or something like that.
Yeah, it's supposed to be. It's not the general site visit. It's to look at the route of the road.
Yeah.
So it's specifically for highways.
Yeah.
So a maximum of 2 from the main parties, I would say.
Yeah.
If that.
Plus you, so that's 2, 4, 6. So it could be. Don't know whether
I
anyone
don't know
from
whether
the
Kent County Council.
I don't know whether they're coming or not. Probably they might do.
Mm.
Presumably that sort of a group could fit. I suppose depends on the size of the minibus, really. But we might need to pick it up again tomorrow. I've not got the final.
Yeah. If you could let Yvonne know, please.
Yeah, we'll need to finalise it tomorrow.
It will have to be very restricted because
it'll be Mr. Gearing and Mr. Wild from our side, that's for sure. Yeah, we will do. Thank you.
Just to stress, it is going to be a long walk, especially the south site. So
yeah,
everybody who does it needs to make sure that they can actually do that.
Yeah, I won't be there, so I don't need to worry about that side. But
I wasn't looking at you, actually.
No, thank you for that.
All right. Okay. Well, thank you very much, and for everybody for your contributions. And I will now adjourn the inquiry until 9:30 tomorrow. Thank you. I hear it's a big birthday tomorrow.
It's on Tuesday, but thank you very much. It's on Tuesday. Thank you. I won't be here tomorrow, Miss Bono will be. You know it all, yes. But